Chapter 4771. While the others were trying to find their senior brothers and sisters to team up to find the 9-section Flame Phoenix Scale whip, Howard and the other two were already sizing up this place. Eldest senior brother, where are we going to find the whip? You were asked, because on the way here, their master had told them the main purpose of bringing them here this time. Thus, they knew early on that their master had brought them here to see the world. In fact, it was also for the precious whip here. Let's look for it first. You have to be careful to protect the petal on your arm. Don't let anyone hurt it, lest it gets transported out. Howard reminded them. Yes, we know. The two younger ones responded. Let's go ahead and take a look. Howard said and motioned for them to follow him. The two followed him forward while paying attention to the surrounding movements. They walked for a long distance and did not meet anyone else, so they took a rest first. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, let's protect the petal. It's safer to make a layer of protection. While resting, Yu took out a bandage from her space and a gold coin. Then she wrapped her arm with the bandage and put down her sleeve. Howard and Muchin saw this and copied her to make a simple protection. After the three of them were done, they drank some water and continued to walk forward. Roar! There's movement! Howard whispered and motioned for them to be careful. At the same time, he restrained his breath and followed the sound all the way to the back of a big tree. When he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes flashed. In front of them was a huge gray bear beast about 2 meters tall. Every time it raised its feet and stomped down, a deep bear footprint would appear on the ground. That ferocious beast had a ferocious look and sharp fangs in its open mouth. At this time, it was pouncing on the 10-year-old boy in front of it. It's that boy. Ewer blinked. She knew this person. Other than them, he was the youngest. She did not expect him to be alone. What surprised them was that although the boy was young, he was very agile. He dodged left and right to avoid the bear beast's attacks. However, he was only a 10-year-old child after all. After a while, he was panting and fell to the ground after being hit by the bear's paw. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was in a very sorry state. He let out a blood-curdling scream as the bear's paw slapped out. The sharp claws also scratched his body, leaving a few marks on his body. Seeing him being beaten so miserably, Ewer couldn't help but bite her lips. Then looking towards her two brothers, she asked, "Should we help him?" Muchin did not speak and only frowned as he looked ahead. Howard's expression was indifferent as he said, "If he doesn't want to die, he can just cut open his arm and use the flower petals to save himself. There's no need for us to save him. If we save him, he will become our opponent in the fight for the 9-section Red Flame Phoenix Scale Whip. At that time, should we show mercy to him?" Hearing what was said, Yer opened her mouth, but was unable to refute. That was because she knew that her brother was telling the truth. Furthermore, her brother's silence most likely meant that he agreed with her brother's actions, especially since her master had said that if the three of them were to obtain the whip would be given to her. Thinking of this, her heart became firm. Chapter 4772. 3 people were looking from one side and saw that little boy was persistently holding on. He was trying to escape from the attack of that huge bear, but that huge bear also didn't seem to want to give up on the prey that was about to reach its hands, so it ferociously attacked. Not long after, that little boy was riddled with scars and was gasping for breath. Roar! A beast roar resounded, and that huge bear pounced forward. Its mouth was wide open, and its sharp teeth were about to bite the neck of that little boy. Perhaps because he had nowhere to escape, and seeing that huge bear was about to bite him, that little boy was so scared that his complexion turned pale. Then he clenched his teeth and raised his hand to cut the flower petal on his arm. Along with the blood seeping out, that flower petal instantly changed into a ray of light and enveloped that little boy. With the flash of light, at the same time that huge bear pounced forward, that little boy also disappeared. Seeing this scene, Yer couldn't help but lightly exhaled, and her anxious heart finally relaxed. Roar! That huge bear stretched out its sharp claws and scratched on the ground, and at the same time, it also left behind several deep claw marks on the ground. After that, it looked all around, it raised its head and roared twice. Then using both its hands and feet, it ran forward. Seeing that Huge Bear had left, 3 people who were hiding not far away looked at each other, then continued to walk forward. Just at this time, a voice came from behind them. 3 people, please wait. Hearing this voice, 3 people stopped their footsteps, then turning their head, they vigilantly took a glance. They saw that the people who had arrived were 1 male and 1 female. Their ages were around 20 years old. The male wore blue-colored embroidered gown, and the female wore white-colored gown. Both of their appearances were very outstanding. They also remembered these 2 people. They were the disciples of that purple-robed male who had mentioned about their mother. Previously during the banquet, I didn't have the opportunity to greet 3 people, but I didn't expect to meet 3 people here. I am Li Ziming, and this is my junior sister Nangong Yin. We are the disciples of Z, an immortal monarch. That male said with gentle expression. Then looking at 3 people with smiling gaze, he said, "This place is extremely dangerous, and there are numerous ferocious beasts. It is rare for us to encounter such a place. How about we travel together?" At this time, before 3 people could open their mouth, the female beside said, "This is also the first time we came here. Just now, we heard the sound of bear beast here. Did it injure 3 of you?" "No." He then looked at the man and said, "The 3 of us are still young. If we travel with you, we'll only cause you trouble. So, we don't need to travel with you." With such a rejection, most people would naturally leave after hearing it. Unexpectedly, the man and woman looked at each other and smiled. "It's no trouble. We're all immortal disciples, and you're still young. We have to take care of you." Without waiting for them to refuse again, the man smiled and said, "Could it be that the 3 of you are looking down on the 2 of us? Is that why you don't want to travel with us?" Hearing these words, Ewer, who was at one side, smiled and said, "Eldest senior brother, then let young Master Li and Miss Nangong travel with us. That way, I'll have company." Hearing this, Her glanced at her and saw her smiling eyes. Her small face was full of smiles. However, when those who were familiar with her saw her smile, their hearts skipped a beat. Unconsciously, the corners of their lips curled up slightly, and their expressions softened a little. Chapter 4773. Traveling together is not troublesome or not. Zhao Ziming smiled. Then looking towards Yuer, he said, "Yunqi, how about we call you by your name? If you don't mind, you can call me Big Brother Li. No need to call me young master or miss." Hearing this, Yuer looked at him with a smile. Her beautiful eyes were pure, and her little face was full of seriousness. "My master said, Big Brother can't be casually called." Hearing this, Zhao Ziming was startled, then said with a smile, "Then Big Brother can't be casually called. How about calling us senior brothers and sisters?" Who would have thought that just after he said this, he saw the little girl shook her head again. "No," Master said, "he only accepted us 3, so I can't call other senior brothers and sisters." Looking at the little girl's serious expression of rejection once again, the smiles on the 2 men's faces became slightly stiff. When traveling outside, when the children of aristocratic families met, some of them would address each other as brothers, senior brother, or junior sister. Who would take it so seriously? But this little girl said with a serious face, and her pair of beautiful eyes were full of pure and innocent color. She looked like a well-protected little girl who didn't understand the affairs of the world, as pure as a piece of white paper. They who were 20 years old adults were talking to a 5 or 6-year-old child about worldly affairs and so on. It was simply playing the lute to a cow. Then, how about we call each other by name?" The man smiled embarrassedly, and after a long time, he choked out such a sentence. If people of similar age called each other by name, then it was nothing but this little girl who was 10 years older than them directly called them by name. This seemed somewhat, is this not suitable? Master didn't say. Ewer lightly bit her lips, blinked her beautiful eyes, and had a hesitant expression. "Yes, no problem. We are all cultivators, so we don't care about this small matter," the man said with a stiff smile. The woman beside him also showed a touch of unnatural smile and said, "How about you call each other by the name of just now? Calling me Miss Nangong is also fine. There is no harm." "Okay, then we will call you young Master Zhao and Miss Nangong." Yu'er said with a beaming smile. Originally, she wanted to get closer to them, but who would have thought? After talking for a long time, she came back. The two of them couldn't help but look at each other with a hint of helplessness in their eyes. If not for the fact that they were Emperor Qing's disciples, why would the two of them lower themselves to befriend them? Unfortunately, these three children were still so young. Talking to them for a while was more tiring than fighting with the ferocious beasts. Right, did your master ever mention this 9-section flame phoenix scale whip to you? That male asked while looking at the three of them. Muchen glanced at them. Yes. Hearing this, the two of them couldn't help but feel moved. They looked at each other and asked with a trace of joy. What did he tell you? Did they say how to find the whip? Our master said that it's an ancient treasure and there's only one of it in the world. No one else said anything about it. Muchen knew that they wanted to know, but why would he tell them? Chapter 4774. Hearing these words, the three of them looked at him, but didn't say anything. They just let him lead the way and walked forward together. On the way, Hao and Muchen didn't say anything. Their little faces were also indifferent and grim. It seemed that they weren't easy to get along with, especially when the two of them tried to talk to them several times. Hao and Muchen only replied with 1 or 2 simple sentences. Therefore, along the way, Zhao Ziming and Nangong Yiyan more or less figured out the temperament of these three. Therefore, Nangong Yiyan also diverted the topic to Cloud 7, who had been smiling innocently, while Zhao Ziming occasionally talked to Hao and Muchen, intending to divert their attention so that Nangong Yiyan, who was 2 steps behind them, would have the opportunity to obtain some information. I heard that Cyan Emperor also had a female disciple in the past, and her name also seemed to be called Yin Qi. If he was the one who gave your name, then why would he give you the name Yin Qi? Nangong Yiyan looked towards Yu and asked. Hearing this, Yu smiled and said, Yes, we had a senior sister called Yin Qi, but she is no longer here. Our master said that he would give me the name Yin Qi. This way, she will always be with us. Oh, so it was like this. Then Yin Qi, what is your original name? Nangong Yiyan asked again. She was actually very curious about their identity and origin. As long as she asked for their names, she would let people investigate and naturally know which family they came from. At the front, Hao and Muchen were listening to Zhao Ziming's words while paying attention to Yu's movements. When they heard Nangong Yiyan asking about their origin, both of them pursed their lips, but their expression didn't change, because they believed that their younger sister was more than enough to deal with Nangong Yiyan. Our master didn't allow us to say our original name. Yu shook her head and said in a crisp voice, Master said that the name is only a code name. After becoming his disciple, you only need to remember that you are his disciple. If others ask, you can't say your original name. The more this was the case, the more curious they were. Just that they thought that these 3 children were still young, so it shouldn't be difficult to get some information from them. But who would have thought that even though they said their names, they only said some useless information? Moreover, all the things they didn't say were under the name of their master, which made them feel helpless. Be careful. Suddenly, Hao shouted in a low voice, then quickly turned around and pulled Yu and Muchen and simultaneously retreated several meters away. Almost at the same time, Zhao Ziming and Nangong Yiyan's hair stood on end, and they quickly dodged. Just as they dodged, a figure as fast as light instantly collided with their previous position, causing a cloud of dust to rise. It's a mutant diamond ape. As Zhao Ziming spoke, his gaze landed on Hao who was holding the 2 children. Just now, his reaction was extremely fast. At that moment, even he didn't sense the danger, but he reacted 1 step ahead of him. Moreover, he immediately pulled his junior brother and junior sister apart. At this moment, this child, named Yunshun, had shown a part of him that allowed him to have a new understanding of him. Monkey. Yu opened her eyes wide. Looking at that very big monkey, she curiously looked it up and down and felt that it was different from ordinary monkey. Chapter 4775. Nangong Yiyan's beautiful face had a trace of graveness as she said, Look at its eyes. Its eyes are red, so it is a variant ape. This kind of ape is originally a strength-type ape, In addition to its mutation, it is a combination of speed and strength, making its fighting strength extraordinary. Moreover, the most important point is that this kind of ape is a social species. I am afraid there is more than one of them. Hiss, roar. They heard that diamond ape scuttling out from its mouth, then suddenly howled. That sound was extremely loud and clear, immediately spreading through the air and reverberating. Not good. We have to leave quickly. Zhao Ziming's complexion greatly changed, and he immediately said, "Quickly leave," is calling out to other apes. Just as his voice fell, he immediately took advantage of the fact that the variant diamond ape had not yet reacted to attack them. But to their surprise, just as they were about to leave, they heard a cry of alarm. "Ah! Quickly leave, quickly leave. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, I am so scared. Master said that if there is danger, we have to quickly escape." Yor cried out in alarm, and almost as soon as her panicked voice fell, they saw her pulling her two senior brothers and rushing forward. That speed was so fast that they were unable to regain their senses for quite a while. Because of the speed of these three people, both of them were stunned. So when they came back to their senses and wanted to call out to them, that variant diamond ape had already scuttled out and waved a fist towards them. "Xiao, senior brother, be careful," Nangong Yuyin cried out in alarm. She saw that the fist of that huge ape was carrying a powerful wind as it waved towards Zhao Ziming. Its strength was so great that it made people tremble with fear. At that moment, Zhao Ziming also came back to his senses, and he quickly dodged, but he could still feel the terrifying strength of that fist as it passed by his head. Because they were facing the speed and strength of this diamond ape. Moreover, they were also worried that a group of apes would come over and besiege them, so they didn't dare to continue fighting and only wanted to look for an opportunity to escape. However, just as the two of them avoided the mutant diamond ape and chased after the three children, they heard a cry of surprise. Not long after, they saw the three children running back like the wind. "Ah, quickly run. A lot of monkeys are chasing after us," Yor shouted, and at this time her little short legs were running very fast. Dust rolled up under her feet, and on her left and right were her two brothers. It was not that they didn't want to fight, but the speed of this group of monkeys, no, this group of apes was too fast. Moreover, there was a large group besieging them. Their fists smashed towards them, and they could only watch helplessly as that huge ape. That kind of terrifying fighting strength, they didn't dare to fight. Zhao Ziming and Nangong Yuyan, who were preparing to flee in their direction, saw the group of howling giant apes chasing after the three children and immediately turned pale with fright. "See, Yu Yin said you of them. Use quickly run, run. He said you of them of uses he of he y3 they were in it. Yeah, of course, and them, of them of course, they of them, N. Chapter 4776. You wait for us, Zhao Ziming shouted. Then, gritting his teeth, he ran with all his might. Nangong Yiyin, who was a few steps behind, because she was not lightly frightened by those huge apes, she also used 100% of her speed to run for her life. The few of them ran all the way into the depths of the forest. The giant apes chased them for a long distance. Then, for some unknown reason, they gradually came to a stop. They only howled in the same place, but no longer chased after them. How? Trio ran while looking back, and only after they no longer saw those huge apes, they heavily exhaled and stopped to rest. When Zhao Ziming and Nangong Yiyin arrived at their location, they only saw three of them holding their knees and half bending their waist while gasping for breath. Because they had run for quite a long distance, three of them were sweating a lot, and their little face was also red because of the heat. "You, how did you run so fast?" Zhao Ziming slightly gasped for breath, and with one hand on his waist, he came to their side and asked. Nangong Yuyin was so tired that she didn't even want to speak and directly sat down under a tree at the side. While gasping for breath, she took out a water to drink. "Master said, even if our cultivation isn't high enough, but but our ability to escape must be practiced a high level. So we're not good at other things, but our ability to escape is absolutely first-rate. Yuer's little face was red, and blinking her pair of beautiful eyes, she seriously lied. Not only their ability to escape was first-rate, they also had the ability to defend themselves, otherwise their master wouldn't have let them come here. Not to mention, they were already accustomed to those ferocious beasts and so on. If they were not worried about releasing the ancient aura within their body, then as long as they called out their contract beasts or released the ancient aura within their body, those huge apes naturally wouldn't dare to chase them again. But they also remembered the words of their master. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they couldn't call out their contract beasts, so as to avoid some people with ulterior motives to investigate their origin. Hearing her words, both of them glared at the three of them, and for a long time they were speechless. How could their ability to escape be first-rate? Even the two of them couldn't catch up to their speed, which showed that they were extraordinary. However, what made them stunned and incredulous was that they were clearly so young. So how did they train to escape? Nangong looked at the three of them and said, I didn't expect that you would be able to cultivate such a set of footwork in just a year or so of time. You are truly heavenly and intelligent, and your innate talent is outstanding. No wonder Emperor Qing accepted you as his disciples. The two of you, there are many dangers in here, and there are many ferocious beasts. I think it's better if we split up to avoid attracting the attention of the ferocious beasts. How? I looked at the two of them and didn't wait for them to say anything. He cupped his hands and said, Please. She then turned to Mu Chun and Yu-Er. Come with me. All right. The two of them replied. Yu-Er looked towards both of them. Then, beaming with smiles, she waved her hand and said, Then we will leave first. Take care of yourselves. Hey, you guys. Zhao Ziming had just opened his mouth when he saw that the three of them had already rushed into the forest. He couldn't help but open his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Chapter 4777. Zhao Ziming smiled bitterly. Not only are they not simple, but they're also very smart. The three of them may look young, but their reactions can't lie. Even if they didn't show anything special, just based on their previous moves and Yun Chen's reaction when he sensed the danger before me, I can tell that they aren't incompetent people. As he spoke, he sighed softly and said, How can a disciple of Emperor Qing be an ordinary person? We thought they were too young, so our first impression was the strongest. Senior brother, I think we should follow them. Maybe they'll find the 9-section Red Flames Phoenix Scale Whip first. Nangong Yuyin said thoughtfully. She looked at him and said, I think they didn't tell us the truth. Since Emperor Qing brought them here, it's impossible that he didn't mention it to them. And let's follow them, Zhao Ziming said. He didn't have time to rest and immediately chased after them with her. Some of the elder immortal's disciples in other places were injured, while others were teleported out. Some of them were in groups, while others were searching for the 9-jointed flame Phoenix Scale Whip alone. There were also some who were being chased by fierce beasts as they fled in all directions. Yu-Er followed her two brothers. Occasionally, when she saw some spiritual herbs, she couldn't help but squat down and dig for them. Mu Chan stood guard beside Yu while she was digging for spiritual herbs. When he noticed the two people secretly following them, he couldn't help but look at their eldest brother. Eldest senior brother, they've been following us. Hao-Er glanced at them and said, Find a chance to shake them off. I'm done digging. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, let's go. Yu-Er said with a smile. Thus, the three of them looked at each other and walked at a leisurely pace. Gradually, they picked up their pace and walked faster and faster, preparing to shake off the two people behind them. At this time, just as the two of them were about to chase after them, the three men who were walking together saw them and called out, Brother Zhao, Miss Nangong. Helpless, the two of them could only stop and look at the three people who were walking quickly towards them. While Zhao Ziming and Nangong Yin were being held back, Hao-Er and the other two had already sped up their pace and went deeper. At the same time, the masters in the Mirror Flower Water Moon Spirit realm were drinking wine and chatting in front. Although everyone was chatting casually, they were all worried about their own disciples. They wanted to know if they had gained anything from the inside. However, Even if they wanted to, they were powerless to help. They could only wait here. On the other hand, the few disciples who were injured and came out first were sitting quietly behind their master with their heads lowered. They seemed to be a little ashamed and self-blaming. They were ashamed that they had exited the mirror's flower, water, and moon spirit realm so quickly. They blamed themselves for not being able to gain face for their master, and instead being eliminated so early. However, there was one thing that was clear. The injuries they had suffered inside had disappeared without a trace after they exited the mirror flower, water, and moon spirit realm. It was as if what they had experienced inside was nothing more than an illusion. Chapter 4778. Emperor Qing, you don't seem to be worried about your 3 disciples? Immortal Lord Zinan, who was dressed in a purple brocade robe, played with his wine cup as he looked at the leisurely Emperor Qing. Hearing his words, the others who were talking paused for a moment and looked at Emperor Qing with a strange light in their eyes. From the moment they entered until now, 5 disciples had come out. However, the 3 young disciples of Emperor Qing had not been sent out yet. This was somewhat out of everyone's expectations. Could it be that the 3 children had experienced hundreds of battles at such a young age? Did they have absolute strength to deal with everything inside? In an instant, everyone's thoughts were floating as they guessed. The Lotus Emperor took a sip of the spirit wine and smiled. "What's there to be worried about?" he said unhurriedly. "If they can't handle it, they will naturally come out. However, since my 3 disciples have already entered, they will definitely not return empty-handed." As he spoke, he smiled and looked at Immortal Lingmu beside him. With a flip of his hand, he took out a luminous pearl that was difficult to hold in his palm and said, "Immortal Lingmu, I obtained this luminous pearl a few years ago. I didn't bring a gift this time, so take this pearl as a gift for you." Immortal Lord Lingmu laughed when he heard that. He took the luminous pearl with both hands and said, "Emperor Qing, you are really confident. Are you really that confident that your 3 disciples will be able to obtain the treasure in the mirror flower, water, and moon spirit land?" They had known each other for many years and naturally knew why Emperor Qing took out this pearl. However, Immortal Lord Ling Mu still did not believe it and found it funny. They were merely 3 children who had only been by his side for a year. How could they obtain the ancient divine whip from there? "Just keep it." Emperor Qing smiled and did not say anything else. "All right, it is rare to see a luminous pearl this big. Furthermore, its luster is so beautiful. It is indeed a rare treasure. Since it is a gift from Emperor Qing, I will shamelessly accept it." He stroked his beard and said with a smile as he called over an immortal servant to keep the luminous pearl. Immortal Lord Ling Mu looked at the crowd and smiled. "I believe everyone is curious about their encounters and adaptability inside. Since that is the case, let's watch from here. It's also good to see the performance of the disciples." As he spoke, he took out a mirror from his sleeve and threw it into the middle of the banquet. The mirror flashed with light and stopped in midair between them. The mirror clearly reflected the scenery of the mirror flower water moon spirit land. It just so happened that the image in the mirror was the image of Emperor Qing's 3 disciples. In the image, the 3 of them were sitting under a tree, resting, drinking water, and talking. However, at this moment, a giant python came from not far away, hissing. Even when they heard it from outside, they couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat. However, the 3 children didn't seem to notice it. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but look at Emperor Qing. However, he wasn't worried at all. He just sat there with a lazy and leisurely expression. As he gently swirled the wine cup in his hand and tasted the spirit wine in the cup, he looked at the scene in the mirror as if he was watching a show as an outsider. Chapter 4779. Emperor Qing swirled the wine in his cup and said with a smile, "This emperor heard that Zin, an immortal monarch, had obtained a purple sun gold silk soft armor. Why don't we make a bet? Let's see if this huge python ate my 3 disciples, or if my disciples killed this huge python." Hearing this, Zin, an immortal monarch's eyes flickered and said, "Emperor Qing wants my purple sun gold silk soft armor? I wonder what item Emperor Qing will bet if I use that purple sun gold silk soft armor as a bet? Emperor Qing smiled and said, "This emperor has too many treasures. I wonder which one immortal monarch has taken a fancy to?" Haha, since Emperor Qing has spoken, then how about we use Emperor Qing's sky connecting immortal seal as a bet? Nen immortal monarch looked at Emperor Qing and said, "Sure." The Azure the Arch smiled and agreed. Just when his voice fell, that huge python also instantly scuttled forward, opened its huge snake mouth, and bit towards you. Everyone present could not help but hold their breaths when they saw this scene. However, unexpectedly, that little girl who was smiling and chatting with her two senior brothers just a moment ago rolled on the ground and pulled out a dagger from her boot. Almost reflexively, she attacked the python's tail that was swinging towards her. Her speed was fast, and her attack was fierce. Everyone present could not help but be startled. The moment the dagger attacked, that little girl's body actually emitted a fierce killing intent. The aura around her body also changed in an instant. Just a moment ago, she still had an innocent and harmless smile, but in the next moment, she revealed a decisive and ruthless killing intent. This change happened in an instant. Everyone who saw it could not help but be shocked. Moreover, not only did the little girl's reaction was fast, even the two little boys' reaction was extremely fast. They quickly retreated when that huge python rushed forward. However, when they saw the little girl dealing with that huge python, they did not go forward to help. Instead, they stood at the side and watched. When Immortal Ling Mu saw this scene, his hand that was stroking his beard could not help but pause. A trace of surprise also appeared on his face. Obviously, they didn't expect that the little girl would dare to deal with the giant python alone. Moreover, her two senior brothers didn't even come forward to help. Emperor Qing only watched quietly. However, his eyes were filled with gentleness and pride. This was his disciple. Even though he was still young, he had extraordinary courage and outstanding skills. Looking at the excitement in the little girl's eyes, he reckoned that she wanted to catch the python's gallbladder to use as medicine. Thinking of this, he secretly shook his head. He felt a little helpless, but also a little doting. Nen Immortal Monarch was probably the only one with an ugly expression. Compared to the shock and surprise on the faces of others, Nen Immortal Monarch's face was rather dark. After all, he was someone with such a high level of cultivation. He was naturally able to tell whether someone was capable or not. The little girl was still young, but the strength she used when she attacked with the dagger, as well as the fierce attack and extremely fast speed, were enough to tell him that he had misjudged her. Especially since this little girl was holding a dagger and had used a fatal move as soon as she made her move. It wasn't some fancy move. Seeing her turn around and leap forward to stab at the python's vital point, his heart couldn't help but tighten. It looked like he would have to hand over his purple sun gold soft armor. Chapter 4780. Seeing this, he could not help but rejoice. He knew that the little girl was only 5 or 6 years old. How could she possibly defeat the python? Seeing the little girl being wrapped up by the python's tail, he could not help but glance at Qing-Yi. Perhaps not only could he keep his purple sun gold silk soft armor, but he could also obtain Emperor Qing's treasure. That would be great news. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up imperceptibly. However, his face was filled with worry. He said, "Sigh, Emperor Qing, look. The little girl has been wrapped up by the python's tail. You should know that the python's strength is not light. Even an adult's bones would be crushed by it, let alone a child." Although he said that, he was not worried at all. As long as the little girl could not take it, she would be sent out. Of course, if she was sent out, he would win the bet with Emperor Qing. However, Emperor Qing's expression did not change. He only glanced at him indifferently before looking away. His gaze seemed to be saying that he could not be bothered to talk to him. Seeing this, he could not help but feel embarrassed, but he did not dare to show it. Haha, Zen an immortal master, just watch. It's not over yet. Immortal Ling Mu stroked his beard and smiled. He had a whole new level of respect for Emperor Qing's 3 disciples. Furthermore, up until now, the 2 boys had only been watching and had not approached. If the little girl really could not handle it, the two of them would naturally step forward to help her. Why would they stand quietly by the side and do nothing? Just as he finished speaking, he heard a surprised voice. Look! An immortal master looked at the scene in the mirror. He saw that the python's tail that was tightly wrapped around a little girl had suddenly loosened. The python's body twitched. The little girl took this opportunity to stab the python's weak point with her dagger. The dagger in her hand pierced deeply into the python's weak point. When the dagger was pulled out, a pillar of blood spurted out. Hiss! The python hissed. It wanted to turn around and bite her, but it seemed to be powerless. The python's head fell to the ground with a thump. At this moment, the little girl hurriedly stabbed the python again. After confirming that the python was dead, she smiled at her two senior brothers. Looking at the smile on the little girl's face, everyone's face was filled with shock. That was a giant python at the level of a holy beast. Even if they were here watching, they still couldn't figure out how she killed that giant python. The Zen immortal lord's expression was somewhat unsightly. He pursed his lips and glanced at the Azure Emperor. Then he said with a fake smile, "The Azure Emperor's disciple is indeed different from the rest. He is so decisive and skilled at killing at such a young age." Immortal monarch Zenan, you praise me too much. These three disciples of this emperor are only slightly more talented than others. They are able to understand everything with just a hint. The Azure Emperor smiled gently. He swirled his wine cup gently and took a sip of wine. When the surrounding people saw this, they all looked at each other and then smiled to smooth things over. They said, "I wonder how the other disciples are doing?" Chapter 4781. Inside Mirrored Flower Water Moon Spirit Realm. However, and Mu Chun walked over after seeing you kill the huge python. Originally, they wanted to help, but you said she could do it and also told them to stay away, so they just watched from the side. They didn't expect that she was really able to kill the huge python, although she used some medicine to deal with that python. But no matter what, she was the one who killed it. Eldest senior brother, second senior brother, wait for me. I want to take out this snake's gallbladder and use it as medicine. You said without raising her head. While holding a dagger, she cut open the huge python's body. Originally, it was hard for a person to hold the snake's body, but it was cut open by this little girl, just like that. The bloody scene made people feel disgusted, but this little girl nevertheless had a serious expression. After finding the snake's gallbladder, she carefully took it out, then took out a bottle from her space and put that snake's gallbladder inside the bottle, then put it away. Everyone in the banquet saw the scene of that little girl cutting open the snake's body, taking out the snake's gallbladder and digging out the beast's core, and couldn't help but somewhat shudder. That skillful movement, as if she had already done this kind of thing no less than 100 times, really made them shocked. Immortal Ling Mu took a deep breath, and seeing that bloody scene, he waved his hand and changed the scene. At this time, an immortal elder asked, "Qing Emperor, although your disciples are young, but their technique is extremely skillful. I wonder how Qing Emperor usually trained them? How can you teach them such skillful technique at such a young age?" The Qing Emperor looked at the switched image and withdrew his gaze in boredom. Only then did he answer the immortal elder's question. "Not long ago, I let them train outside alone for a month. My eldest disciple brought back 300 crystal cores of ferocious beasts. Among them, there were many ferocious beasts at the peak of the holy beast level." As he spoke, his voice paused, and he took a sip of wine. Under their shocked gazes, he continued, "As for the two little ones, they are also separated. However, they each brought back 100 crystal cores for me. Among them, there are naturally many crystal cores of saint beasts. So it's just a python. Each of my 3 disciples is capable enough to deal with it. So you clearly knew that your little disciple would definitely kill the huge python, but you still enticed me to make a bet?" Zain, an immortal elder, looked at him with unsightly expression, feeling that he was cheated. "Ha ha!" The Qing Emperor laughed, and his laughter contained indifference and coldness. If it wasn't for Z, an immortal elder's greed, why would you make a bet with this emperor? Moreover, why didn't I look for the others but you? Hearing this, Z, an immortal monarch, felt a stifling anger in his heart. He wanted to vent it, but could not. In the end, he could only say in an embarrassed and angry voice, "Emperor Qing is truly skilled." "You flatter me," the Lotus Emperor replied casually. "An immortal elder, aren't they your two disciples?" asked an immortal elder sitting to the side, trying to change the topic so as to prevent the situation from escalating. "And my two disciples," another immortal elder smiled, his gaze also landing on the scene in the mirror. "Who would have thought that my eldest disciple would end up together with your two disciples?" Another immortal monarch smiled. Chapter 4782. As it turned out, they had been ambushed by two huge bears after traveling together for some distance. Originally, they had worked together to fend them off, but the commotion from the battle had attracted a group of mutated Vajra apes. The apes did not approach them. Instead, they roared from the side as if they were waiting for an opportunity to attack. In such a situation, when the situation was getting more and more dangerous and their fighting strength was gradually decreasing, the two disciples of an immortal monarch actually took advantage of the other three's carelessness to push them out to block the two ferocious bear beasts, while the two disciples took advantage of the opportunity to quickly escape. The expressions of the three disciples' masters became very ugly when they saw this. Their faces that had been smiling earlier had turned cold in an instant. They spoke with a mocking tone. An immortal monarch has truly taught a good disciple. For a cultivator to possess such treacherous thoughts and methods, it can be seen that they will not be able to go far on the path of immortality in the future. The other elder sighed and shook his head. "Come to think of it, this old man is ashamed. I only taught them how to cultivate and warned them to be humble and courteous when dealing with people and to not have the heart to harm others. Yet I didn't teach them that the ways of the world are sinister and that they must always be vigilant. I'm ashamed. An immortal monarch's face alternated between green and red when he heard their words. He felt both angry and ashamed. The two disciples were so useless that they actually did such a thing in there, making him unable to raise his head in front of everyone. He understood the two people's sarcastic words, but he couldn't even open his mouth to refute. After this matter, he was afraid that in the future, the eyes of others would be different. In the end, he took a deep breath and suppressed the shame and anger in his heart. He stood up and cupped his hands towards the two people. He said apologetically, "It's my fault for not disciplining them properly. That's why the two of them did such a thing. I'm really ashamed of myself. I apologize to the two of you. When we return, I'll definitely punish the two of them severely." The two of them did not pursue the matter further when they saw him apologizing. Their expressions softened as they said, "As immortals, our cultivation is secondary. Temperament is the most important thing. Even though an immortal lord's two disciples are outstanding, if their temperament is impure, they will only bring trouble to themselves in the future, let alone go far on the path to immortality. Since an immortal lord has apologized on their behalf, we won't pursue the matter any further. Let's leave it to them to decide on their own." An immortal monarch only revealed an unnatural smile. He bowed towards them again before sitting down. The others watched with various expressions, but they did not say anything. They only watched the scene in the mirror. In the end, the three people who were pushed out were heavily injured by the bear. They had no choice but to cut open the flower petals and teleport out of the spirit land to save themselves. Everyone had different thoughts when they saw this scene. They looked at each other, and not long after, they saw the three people walking back from nowhere. Master! Master!" The three of them clasped their hands and bowed. Their faces were still filled with anger as they looked at an immortal monarch. "All right, we all know. Sit down and rest." Their master gestured for them to sit behind him. They could only sit behind their master when they saw this. After they sat down, their junior brothers began to tell them what had happened earlier. Chapter 4783. Time seemed to pass very quickly in the mirror. After day, it was night, and after night, it was day again. The people at the banquet outside kept watching while drinking and chatting, but time passed very slowly. However, as time passed, more and more disciples were sent out. When it was evening, There were only 3 disciples of the Azure Emperor and 2 disciples of the Nen Immortal Monarch left. As for the remaining 5 people, some people felt that it was inconceivable, while others felt that it was natural. Those disciples were even more shocked and surprised after seeing the performance of Emperor Qing's 3 disciples. Most of them were curious and wanted to befriend them. However, they also knew that, not to mention their mysterious origins, just the fact that they were Emperor Qing's disciples already made them superior to them. Coupled with the age gap, they could only think about befriending them. Inside the Mirror Flower Water Moon land, the surroundings were pitch black as night fell. How? And the other 2 lit a small fire and roasted the beast meat they hunted. Smelling the fragrance of the meat, swallowed her saliva greedily. Eldest senior brother, is it done? Can we eat it? Howard looked at her and smiled. Yes, it's done. I'll cut a piece for you. He cut a piece and wrapped it in a large leaf and handed it to her. Be careful, it's hot. Yes. Happily took it and blew on it. She took a small bite, but it was so hot that she gasped. Eat slowly, it's very hot, Mu Chen said, and took the piece of meat from her. He used a small knife to cut it into small pieces and handed it to her. Eat it. Hee. Thank you, second senior brother. She smiled and looked at her 2 brothers who doted on her. One was roasting meat for her, and the other was cutting meat for her. She was very happy. Both of her brothers were very good to her. She also wanted to be very good to them. In the future, she would not let anyone bully them. The 3 ate in the dark, and after sprinkling some medicine around, they rested around the fire until the next morning. They set off again and arrived at the final destination of this trip. It was a mountain peak with flowing water in the depths. A waterfall flowed down from above, splashing water everywhere. In this place, there were no ferocious beasts around. Only the sound of the waterfall hitting the rocks below could be heard. How come there is nothing here? Ewer looked all around, and again looked towards her 2 brothers. Let's look for it. It should be around here. As Howard spoke, he released his divine sense to search the surroundings. Unexpectedly, before he could find the 9-section flame phoenix scale whip, he instead discovered the 2 people that were concealed in the shadows. After Howard noticed them, he paused for a moment. After thinking for a while, he said, Since the 2 of you are here, why don't you come out and meet me? Hearing this, Mu Chun and Mu Muyue looked at each other and followed their brother's gaze. They saw 2 figures slowly walking out of the forest, not far away. Ha, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Zhao Ziming smiled and cupped his hands at them. He looked at the 3 of them meaningfully and said, To be able to make it this far, you guys are really not simple. Chapter 4784. They saw a Luan Feng emitting fiery red flames let out a cry and circled in the sky. After chirping twice at them, it stopped on a rock above the waterfall and looked down at them from above. Seeing the Luan Feng, Mu Chun and Mu Yu's eyes lit up. Their master had told them that the ancient phoenix scale whip was transformed from this Luan Feng. It was said that this Luan Feng had a trace of the phoenix's bloodline. If they could subdue it, they could transform it into the ancient phoenix scale whip and use it for themselves. That's a Luan Feng? Its aura seems to be. As Zhao Ziming spoke, he looked thoughtfully at the Luan Feng. It was unknown what he was thinking. So beautiful. I didn't think there would be such a divine bird here. Nangang Yuyin couldn't help but say, as a woman, she naturally liked beautiful things. Compared to the astonishment of the 2, Howard and the other 2 were very calm. After the 3 of them looked at each other, they nodded imperceptibly. Howard opened his mouth and said, There are only 5 of us left. Instead of fighting for the phoenix scale whip in the end, why don't we decide the victor first? What do you think? Hearing this, the 2's eyes flashed. They looked at the 3 and thought for a moment. If they decided the victor first, they wouldn't have to worry about the 3's tricks when it came to fighting for the phoenix scale whip. They could focus on fighting for the phoenix scale whip. Not to mention, even if the 3's skills were good, they were still a bit lacking compared to the 2 of them. 2 against 3, their chances of winning were still very high. Thinking of this, the 2 looked at each other and imperceptibly nodded. That's fine. With that, Zhao Ziming looked at the three and said, "If it's one-on-one, we'll be suspected of bullying the weak. Even if we win, it won't be honorable. How about 2 against 3? The 3 of you can come at me together." Although his words were pleasant to hear, if the 3 of them attacked together, their battle strength would increase even more. They thought that the 3 children were too young to know this, but they didn't know that the people outside the mirror saw their words and actions. How? And the other 2 were even more well aware. However, since they were confident, they did not refuse. After all, they only wanted to send them out of the spirit realm as soon as possible so that they could seize the whip. Thus, they allowed them to make such a decision. "All right," Hao replied. He unsheathed his sword and said, "Let's fight here." "All right." Zhao Ziming and the other 2 nodded and walked forward. Holding their swords in their hands, they cupped their fists and bowed. "Then we'll have to offend you." As soon as they finished speaking, the 2 didn't hesitate and immediately drew their swords and attacked the 3 of them. Hao Mu Chun and Yu other than Yu who was holding a dagger in her hand, Hao and Mu Chun were holding a sword in their hand. With a casual wave of the sword in their hand, swift and fierce sword aura streaked across the blade of the sword, shooting towards the 2 people in front of them. The 3 of them had undergone strict training, and their skills were far superior to those of their age. Moreover, they had outstanding talents, and their attainments in swordsmanship were beyond the reach of many people. Chapter 4785. As soon as Zhao Ziming and Nangong Yuyin exchanged blows with them, they immediately realized that their outstanding skills and extremely fast movement skills were out of their expectation. So for a moment, they were somewhat strenuous to deal with them. But at this time, they unexpectedly heard a voice full of laughter. "I also want to help," Yu said with a beaming smile. Just when her voice fell, her small figure, as if a ghost, rushed out. The dagger in her hand didn't attack other places, but specifically aimed at the arms of these 2 boys, wanting to cut open the transfer flower petal on their arms. Originally, Zhao Ziming and Nangong Yin felt that these 2 boys were somewhat difficult to deal with, but when they saw that little girl actually held a dagger and aimed at the inner part of their arms, they were both anxious and alarmed. On one side, they quickly dodged, and on the other, they blocked the fierce attacks of these 2 boys. Under the joint attack of these 3 boys, after fighting for a while, these 2 boys were forced to retreat little by little. Xiao! Clang! Xiao! This! Nangong Yin's arm was cut by Yu Merely, it wasn't cut on the inner part of her arm. At the same time, she sucked in a mouthful of cold air, and seeing the blood seeping out of her arm, a touch of anger flashed through her eyes, and she glared at Yu "Senior brother, I will send this little girl out first," Nangong Yin said while gritting her teeth, letting him support himself. Turning around, she waved her sword towards the innocent and ignorant Yu and the place where the sharp sword in her hand was aimed was Yu's arm. Seeing Nangong Yin waving her sword to attack her, Yu was slightly surprised, and blinking her beautiful big eyes, she quickly retreated and said in her soft voice with some seriousness and curiosity, "Miss Nangong, do you like to pick soft persimmons to pinch?" "But I'm not a soft persimmon." Saying this, her eyes curved, and she looked at Nangong Yin with a beaming smile. "My master said that I am very powerful, and will be even more powerful in the future." While speaking, the aura of her whole body changed, and she fiercely leaned forward, changing from defense to offense. Her every move was swift and fierce, and the dagger in her hand was aimed at the fatal point of the human body, causing the complexion of Nangong Yin to greatly change, and she became flustered. "Damn it!" Nangong Yin cursed under her breath. Once they entered this place, their strength would be suppressed. Moreover, the higher their strength, the more difficult it would be to move around in this place. Even though they had not reached that level, the suppression of their strength had greatly reduced their skills. At this moment, seeing that she was being forced to retreat little by little, she who originally still had some leeway in her attack, clenched her teeth and ferociously attacked towards Yu's fatal place. If he really got hurt, then she really couldn't be blamed. After all, she had cultivated for many years, so when she became ruthless, the swift and fierce sword Aura Chi also attacked around Yuer's body. Because of this, Yuer's body was also cut by that swift and fierce sword Aura Chi, and traces of blood seeped out. Junior's sister, Hao, and Mu Chun saw that her body was cut by the sword Chi. Although there were no big wounds, there were many small wounds. Blood seeped out from her body, blooming on her pink dress like red plum blossoms. It was extremely dazzling. "I'm fine, I can do it," Yuer said, while using her eyes to stop them from coming over to help, letting them defeat Zhao Ziming first. "You are not my opponent," Nangong Yin said, and at the same time the sword Aura in her hand attacked. Her long sword also chopped down towards Yuer's arm. Clang! Chapter 4786. Yuer's figure was merely that of a 5 or 6 years old child, so against an adult woman, her figure was at a disadvantage. Therefore, when that sharp sword was chopping down towards her, the strength of the other party also pressed down. Even though Yuer was tightly holding her dagger to block, but she was also gradually pressed down. And also at this time, the gaze of Nangong Yin swept past her arm, and suddenly the sword in her hand turned and slashed towards her arm. Xiao! At an extremely fast speed, the sword slashed across the arm of Yuer. In that instant, a sword mark appeared on her sleeve, and a slanted sword mark also appeared on her tender little arm. At the same time, blood seeped out from her arm, and Nangong Yin couldn't help but smile. "You are out." This sword of hers had nearly slashed her entire arm, so naturally, it had also slashed the petal on the inner side of her arm. Now that the transfer petal was destroyed, and at the same time blood seeped out, she would naturally be transferred out. Who would have thought that just when her voice fell, just when she was smiling, Yuer endured the pain in her arm and revealed a fox-like crafty smile? That may not be so. Taking advantage of the moment when she was complacent, Nangong Yin's dagger pressed against her sword, and when the dagger neared her hand, the dagger suddenly turned, and the sharp dagger directly slashed that transfer petal on the inner side of her arm. "Hiss! You!" Nangong Yin screamed because of the pain and angrily glared at the little girl in front of her. But she was startled by the thing that had fallen on the ground. Chong! A gold coin with golden radiance fell on the stone on the ground, giving out a sharp and clear sound. And at the same time, seeing that gold coin, Nangong Yin was startled and firmly stared at that bleeding arm of the little girl in front of her. Her sword had slashed across her arm, but the area where the flower petal had not been injured by the sword. The fallen gold coin had protected the flower petal, so the flower petal was still on her arm, unharmed. How can this? Before she could finish her sentence, the petals on her arm were cut open, and she was instantly teleported away along with the petals. Only her unfinished words were left echoing in the air. Outside the mirror, everyone who saw this scene was speechless for a long time. They couldn't hide the shock and astonishment in their hearts. They never thought that the little baby would actually protect the petal with a gold coin, and that the gold coin would also block the wound caused by the sword. After a while, they looked at Emperor Qing, who was looking at the image in the mirror, and couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Emperor Qing is a monster, and his 3 disciples are also more abnormal than the other. I'm really convinced. The 3 people on the other side are really convinced. A young man sitting behind their master said. His eyes were filled with admiration and amazement as he looked at the little girl in the mirror. How could she be so powerful? Why would she think of using gold coins to protect that petal? If we had thought of this earlier, we probably wouldn't have been eliminated so quickly. Chapter 4787. During the banquet, everyone was discussing, and it was not difficult to discover that they were full of admiration for the 3 children. After all, these people who were in their teens didn't stay in there as long as the 3 of them. After coming out, they saw the 3's ability to adapt. In this world that worshipped the strength of the strong, even if the 3 of them were still young, they were still worthy of praise and admiration. At this time, looking at the scene in the mirror, Immortal couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Looking at Emperor Qing beside him, he said, "It seems that my late master's 9-section red flame phoenix scale whip can't be kept. But I didn't expect that there would be a day when this old man actually misjudged. A miscalculation, ah? Emperor Qing glanced at him and smiled. Lightly swaying the wine cup in his hand, he took a sip of wine and said, "Didn't I give you something? Even if it's a loss, it won't be too much of a loss. What's more, you have no use for that whip inside. It's just right to give it to my disciple." Immortal Wood Immortal smiled and didn't speak, only looking at the scene in the mirror. Even if he gave it, they must be able to take it out first. Just wait and see. In the mirror, when Zhao Ziming saw that his junior sister Nangong Yuyin was actually defeated by that little girl and was sent out, he was also startled. In this moment of distraction, he felt pain in his arm, and his heart sank. Looking down, he couldn't help but bitterly smile. Blood was seeping out of the petals on his arm, and the petals were disappearing. In the next moment, he didn't even have time to say a word before his whole person was directly sent out. "How are you? Are your injuries serious? Quickly apply some medicine." After Hao, and Mu Chun dealt with Zhao Ziming, they quickly came to Yuer's side. Seeing the deep wound on her arm, they couldn't help but feel distressed. "It's very painful, right?" Mu Chun said as he held her hand, his little face full of worry. "And it's very painful. Eldest senior brother, apply the medicine gently. I'm afraid of pain." Yuer wrinkled her little face and said with a pitiful look, "All right, eldest senior brother, be gentler. Bear with it." As Howard spoke, he carefully applied medicine for her and bandaged her wound. "Little junior sister, just stay here and watch. We'll get that whip for you later." "How?" said, and asked her to go to the side to rest. Yuer's arm was very painful, but at this moment she didn't try to be brave. Merely nodding her head, she said, "And eldest senior brother, second senior brother, you two be a bit more careful." "We know." Only then did they look at the Luan Feng that had stopped above them. In the next moment, they took a deep breath and flew towards the Luan Feng. Outside the mirror, the people watching the scene could not help but ponder. They looked at Immortal Ling Wood and asked, "Immortal Ling Wood, could it be that the 9-section Flame Phoenix scale whip is this Luan Feng?" Celestial Ling Wood smiled as he stroked his beard and looked at the crowd. He smiled and said, "Everyone might not know, but this Luan Phoenix isn't a beast. It is the weapon spirit of the 9-section Red Flame Phoenix scale whip. It has always appeared as a weapon spirit in the Mirror Flower Water Moon Spirit realm. No wonder we only knew that the 9-section Red Flame Phoenix scale whip was in the depths of the spirit realm, but no one knew where it was hidden. So that's how it is." An old immortal nodded in realization. The doubts in his heart were finally resolved. Chapter 4788. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. Did he mean that the 3 disciples of the Azure Arch would have to retrieve the whip in the end? Thinking of their performance inside, everyone felt that it was not impossible. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze once again turned towards the spirit realm. In the spirit realm, you saw her 2 brothers joining hands to deal with the Luan Feng. The Luan Feng flapped its wings and released flames towards the 2 of them. The 2 of them quickly dodged as they faced the attack. What they wanted to do was to make the Luan Feng submit, not take its life. Therefore, they felt somewhat restrained in the battle. Yuer saw that the 2 of them seemed to be dodging the Luan Feng and did not injure it much. On the contrary, her 2 brothers' shoulders were scratched by the Luan Feng's claws. Seeing that their shoulders were bleeding, she somewhat could not sit still. She stood up with a dagger in her hand and said, "Senior brothers, let me help you." This was originally to help her obtain the whip. Seeing that they were injured, how could she continue to watch from the side? They were not willing to do it, but she was not. Since it dared to injure her brothers, she must properly teach that Luan Feng a lesson. When the 2 of them heard her voice, they turned around to take a look. They saw her gathering her chi and flying towards them. With a somersault in the air, she actually sat on the back of the Luan Feng. "Be careful of getting hurt," Hao whispered, afraid that she would be injured by the flames. "How dare you injure my senior brothers? See if I don't kill you." Yuer shouted. Her soft voice did not have any lethality, but as soon as she spoke, the dagger in her hand ruthlessly stabbed into the Luan Feng's body. For some unknown reason, The flames on the Luan Feng's body were extinguished when she stepped on it. Junior's sister. That will kill it. Hao and Mu Chun were shocked by her ferocious attitude. The two of them did not expect that she would actually take advantage of the time when they were attacking the Luan Feng. Taking advantage of the fact that the Luan Feng was unprepared, she actually held the dagger in her hand and stabbed into the Luan Feng's body. At that moment, they felt an ancient pressure pervading from her body, forcibly suppressing the aura on the Luan Feng's body. Even the flames on the Luan Feng's body disappeared because of the ancient pressure. That blade had truly pierced into the body of Luan Feng. After that, Luan Feng screamed, and no one knew whether it was because it was afraid of the pressure emitted from Yu Er's body at that instant or because it was truly injured. Luan Feng unexpectedly retracted its wings and dived down from midair. With a flash of red radiance, Luan Feng changed into a whip and fell to the ground. And that whip was still stained with blood. Yu was also startled, although she had ruthlessly stabbed that dagger. But she had never thought that after stabbing, this Luan Feng would so obediently turn into a whip. Hao and Mu Chun exchanged glances when they saw this scene. They knew that this was probably more or less related to the ancient pressure that their younger sister had released earlier. However, that pressure had come and gone extremely quickly, so it shouldn't have been noticed by others. Chapter 4789. The handle of the whip was the head of a Luan Feng. The entire whip was a fiery red color, and there were 9 sections on it. Holding in her hand, she could feel a trace of heat coming from the whip. Put it away first. Let's go out, so that master won't be worried. How? Said, and asked her to put the whip away. Okay. Yu smiled sweetly and happily. She put the whip away in her space and cut the petals on the inner side of her arm with them. In the next moment, a light enveloped them and instantly transported them out. Outside the mirror, at the banquet, everyone looked at each other in dismay when they saw the scene in the mirror. No one had expected that they would obtain the 9-section Flame Phoenix scale whip like this. Moreover, the person who obtained it was a 5 or 6-year-old little girl. It could only be said that their feelings were complicated. When the 3 of them came out of the mirror and saw that their injuries had all healed, they couldn't help but smile. Then, they quickly walked forward. When they arrived at the banquet, Yu Er's voice had already entered Emperor Qing's ears before she even arrived. Master, I got the whip. She ran over and took out the whip from her space as if she was presenting a treasure to her master. She happily said, Master, look, this is the whip. It was transformed from a Luan Feng. Master, Hao and Mu Chun also came in front of Emperor Qing and respectfully bowed to him. And have a seat. Emperor Qing gestured with a satisfied smile and let them sit down. Yes. The 2 of them answered and walked behind him and sat down. Emperor Qing picked up the whip and looked at it. Then he looked at Immortal Lingmu and said, Immortal Lingmu, this whip has been obtained by my little disciple. Immortal Lingmu smiled bitterly and said, Yes, I really didn't expect this. He took out an ancient book from his space and looked at the little girl. He waved his hand and called out, Little girl Yanqi, come here, come here. Yu looked at her master and saw that he nodded his head. Then she came in front of Immortal Lingmu and respectfully bowed. She called out, Immortal Lingmu, truly an amazing child. From today onwards, that whip is yours. Also, this whip technique book is also given to you. Take it back and cultivate properly. Immortal Lingmu smiled and handed the book to her. Then he lightly patted her head. Yes, thank you, Immortal Lingmu. Yu happily smiled and received the book with both hands. Then she ran back to her master's side. Emperor Qing's Immortal Lingmu and said. Then he handed the whip in front of Yu. He said, bind it. Hearing what was said, Yu bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on that whip. After that, the body of that whip flashed with radiance, as if a wisp of red flame quickly streaked across it. Take it. Emperor Qing placed the whip in her hand and said, This whip can change at will. It can be long or short. It can turn into a dagger or a soft sword. It can even turn into a red silk. In the future, you have to cultivate properly. This treasure can become an extremely powerful weapon in battle. Yes, disciple will remember. Yu'er happily replied. She took the whip and wrapped it around her waist. Chapter 4790. Today we have broadened our horizons. Emperor Qing's 3 beloved disciples are truly outstanding. Dragons and phoenixes among men, ah. Another immortal said with a smile, and his gaze landed on the 3 children, full of fondness. Such good seedlings. How come they didn't encounter them? Everyone congratulated one by one, and a string of praises came out from their mouth. Hearing this, Emperor Qing also smiled and felt happy in his heart. He looked towards Zi, an immortal monarch who had ugly complexion, and said, Zi, an immortal monarch, seems to have not given the thing that you lost to this emperor. Hearing this, Zi, an immortal monarch's mouth pulled up, revealing a stiff smile. He glanced at Emperor Qing, then took out a golden silk soft armor that was emitting purple gold radiance from his space, and with a move of his hand, the thing in his hand flew up and landed in front of Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing, keep it properly. This is purple sun golden silk soft armor. Seeing his own treasure changed owner like this, his heart was in pain. Emperor Qing's lips slightly curled up. Then looking at the golden silk soft armor in front of him, he said to Yu'er, Little Qi, this is what you won. Take it. Hearing this, Yu'er was startled and somewhat didn't understand. Then blinking her beautiful eyes, she curiously asked, Master, how come Disciple won it? Disciple didn't do anything, ah. Ha ha ha. Emperor Qing softly laughed. Then looking at Zi, an immortal monarch whose complexion was ugly and pained, he said, Didn't you kill that huge python? Zi, an immortal monarch, made a bet with Master, and the result was that you lost this treasure. He smiled, and, as if unintentionally, he stretched out his hand and stroked this golden silk soft armor that was emitting purple gold radiance, then casually said, This thing is one of the rare treasures of Zi, an immortal monarch. Wearing it on the body is a life-saving treasure. Moreover, it is also helpful for cultivation. Its degree of preciousness. Even Zi, an immortal monarch himself, is reluctant to wear it. Today, you're really lucky, little girl. Hearing this, Yu'er's eyes shone. Then revealing a crafty smile, she bowed towards Zi, an immortal monarch. Then crisply said, So it is this kind of treasure. Many thanks, Zi, an immortal monarch. The corners of Zi, an immortal monarch's mouth, twitched when he heard the words of the master and disciple. He revealed a stiff smile. You are the capable one. If this little girl hadn't really killed that giant python herself, how could he have lost that treasure? Now, there was no point in saying anything more. Yu'er turned around, looked towards her master, and asked, Master, can disciple give this treasure to eldest senior brother? Of course. The Azure Emperor smiled and nodded. Howard was slightly taken aback. He stood up and said, Master, I also have a protective soft armor. Let's give this to junior sister. Eldest senior brother, Master said that this is a good treasure. Just accept it. Wearing it could even help one's cultivation. Hereafter, when you become even more powerful, you'll be able to protect us even better. Yu'er said with a beaming smile, then picked up that soft armor and placed it in his hand. Since your junior sister has said so, just accept it, Emperor Qing said. Seeing this, Howard nodded his head, yes. Turning to look at Yu'er, he revealed a gentle smile. Many thanks, junior sister. Chapter 4791. All right, Muchen replied with a smile. He was not angry that his sister gave the soft armor to his elder brother because he was their elder brother. They would naturally want to share good things with him. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned and a little surprised. After all, that was a rare treasure. The little girl gave it to her eldest senior brother just like that. It really surprised them. What was even more surprising was that the little girl actually said that she would snatch a good treasure and give it to her second senior brother next time. Just hearing this made their hearts tighten. Did they have any treasures that others coveted? After confirming that there was none, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If there really was a treasure that caught their eye, it would be hard to say if they could keep it. Haha, I think everyone is tired. Why don't you go to the rooms and rest first? Immortal Ling Mu said with a smile and instructed the immortal servants to bring everyone to the guest rooms to rest. You had obtained the whip and the whip technique book and wanted to go back and study it. When she heard her master stand up, she immediately prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the Qing Emperor glanced at the three of them and said, "Follow the immortal servants to the guest rooms to rest. Master and Immortal Ling Mu will play 2 games of chess." "Yes," the three of them replied and left with the immortal servants. In the other corner of the sky, the strange phenomenon continued. In the sky, celestial music reverberated. A rainbow stretched across the sky. Cranes flew, magpies chirped, and 7-colored, auspicious clouds floated. In the midst of this auspicious phenomenon, a celestial island rose from below and floated in the sky amidst a stretch of holy light. An exquisite and magnificent celestial palace was naturally built in the holy light. On the celestial island, hundreds of flowers bloomed, and spirit trees bore fruit. Celestial chi lingered in the air. It was a beautiful sight to behold. There were also flower fairies who transformed into human forms. Their colorful clothes fluttered in the air as they danced among the flowers. The 2 red-crowned cranes in the air transformed into 2 white-robed fairies. They held flower petals in their hands and danced in the air, gently sprinkling the petals as they chatted and laughed amidst the rain of holy light. Mo Chun, dressed in white, slowly descended from the sky and landed on the floating island. As the golden light on his body dissipated, the strange phenomenon in the sky also gradually disappeared. Only the immortal servant in human form respectfully knelt on the ground and congratulated him. "Congratulations on your ascension, Holy Emperor. May you live as long as the heavens and earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and moon. Immortal monarchs from all over the world are here to pay their respects to the sage emperor. Congratulations on your ascension. May you live as long as the heavens and earth, and shine as brightly as the sun and moon." The celestial lords and celestial elders that had arrived outside the celestial island at some point in time came to offer their congratulations. The ascended celestial emperor was their master. Even if they were celestial lords and celestial elders, even if they were from powerful clans, they still had to come here to pay their respects to the ascended celestial emperor. However, everyone was unfamiliar with this newly ascended great emperor. They didn't know where this person had ascended from. What kind of person was he in the past? How did he ascend to become a celestial emperor from the lower realm? However, even if they were curious and wanted to investigate, they did not dare to be impudent. Without his permission, even if they were celestial lords, they did not dare to enter the celestial island of this celestial emperor. Chapter 4792. Everyone, please come in. Mo Chen's voice was neither fast nor slow. It contained a powerful aura of spiritual energy and clearly entered everyone's ears. When everyone heard the voice coming from inside, they looked at each other and walked in together. When they arrived inside, the door of the immortal mansion was open. They walked in and saw the immortal-like man in white sitting on the main seat in the palace. When they saw how young this man was, their eyes flashed and they were slightly surprised. They cupped their hands and bowed. "Greetings, Saint Emperor. Congratulations on your ascension." All of them had cultivated for many years to reach the level of a divine king and were respectfully addressed as immortal masters or immortal elders. They did not expect this young man to possess the strength of a peak supreme being and ascend. He had obtained the right to live as long as the heavens and earth. They had to admit that comparisons were odious. They were both envious and shocked. But most of all, they were in awe of him. To be able to ascend to this level at such a young age, one could see how outstanding his talent and cultivation were. "Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. Please take a seat." Mo Chun gestured for them to sit on both sides. "Yes, thank you, Saint Emperor." They thanked him and moved to sit on both sides. When they sat down, their gazes fell on the Saint Emperor sitting on the main seat. They were even more shocked. They did not look carefully before, so they did not notice. Now, they realized that the Saint Emperor had cultivated an immortal body. Moreover, the golden lotus mark between his eyebrows was floating, and his body was shining with a holy light. His entire being was enveloped in holy light. It was also because of this that they were called Saint Emperors. After all, when they ascended earlier, the vast expanse of saint light that illuminated the land was not something that ordinary people could possess. Now, it seemed that it was the light reflected by the saint light of the golden lotus. After one's strength reached the peak supreme being level and ascended to become an immortal, there was no immortal rank to be ranked, only great emperors. As for those present, some of them were at the peak of the God-King realm, while others were at the early stages of the venerable realm. Due to the age of their bones, they were known as immortal monarchs or immortal elders. Even though their strength had reached such a level, they were still unable to ascend to the immortal realm and become a sovereign realm emperor. Therefore, even though they were highly sought after outside, they were still extremely respectful in front of this newly ascended great emperor. They did not dare to be presumptuous at all. It's been nearly 1,000 years since a cultivator has ascended to immortality. Seeing the holy emperor ascend today is truly a joyous occasion. An immortal old man stood up and said. Then he smiled and cupped his hands at him. After that, he said, "This old man is immortal old man Mu Hua, the ancestor of the Duan clan in Jingxian City. Today, I have specially brought a gift to congratulate the great emperor." As he spoke, he flicked his sleeve, and 4 chests of treasures appeared in the middle of the palace, as well as 2 rare and large objects. After the first one started to present gifts, the others also stood up one after another as they took out treasures from the space and presented them. After a short while, all kinds of treasures were piled up in the middle of the hall like a small hill, glittering and dazzling. On the other side, Emo Chan was chatting with everyone in the main hall, inquiring about the situation in the territory he was in charge of. Time passed by quietly. Chapter 4793. In the airship, Yu sat beside Emperor Qing and asked, Master, can we go see Uncle Emo Chun? Uncle Emo Chan has ascended. Can we go see him? Emperor Qing closed his eyes and supported his head with one hand. When he heard Yu-er's words, he didn't even open his eyes and said no. Why? No one will recognize us like this. Yu-er blinked her eyes and said with a puzzled expression. Hearing this, Emperor Qing opened his eyes and sat up straight. He glanced at the 2 people not far away and the little girl sitting beside him and said slowly, Your mother didn't send you to visit your relatives when you have time. If you have time, you'd better cultivate more. He looked at Yu-er and asked, Have you memorized the whip technique? I've memorized it, but I haven't practiced it completely. Yu-er said softly, Then put some thought into it and don't think about other things. Before you can take charge, I won't let you see the people you know. He said slowly and looked at the 3 of them. After we go back, all of you go into seclusion and cultivate. Yes, the 3 of them answered. Yu-er left aside and went to her 2 brothers. The 3 of them went into the cabin and whispered after the 3 of them followed their master back to the mountain. They were ordered to cultivate in seclusion and couldn't leave the mountain. Therefore, time passed quickly and another year passed in the blink of an eye. In the lower immortal realm, Fengjiu, dressed in red, once again came to the eastern sea spirit region. Du Fan, Lung Hua, and Lung Shuang were guarding this region. They hadn't seen their master for a year and were very happy to see her return. Master, I heard you said you were coming back. I didn't expect you to come back so quickly. Master, you've been alone outside these days. Is everything all right? The 3 of them came to her side and asked with unconcealable concern in their eyes. Fengjiu smiled and said, Yes, I'm fine. She looked at the sea and asked, Is everything normal here? Yes, Master. Everything is as per normal. Because of Master's orders, we didn't go down to the sea to check. We don't know how the Yama Lord is doing in the past year. Du Fan said as his gaze fell on the surface of the sea. This year, no one went to the sea to disturb you, right? Fengjiu asked slowly. No. After those people found out that the Yama Lord was recuperating in the sea, they didn't come to disturb him again. In the past year, The cultivators who were originally guarding the area have gradually dispersed. No one dares to sneak into the sea again. Master, it's getting late. Why don't we rest on the ship? Lung Shuang suggested. All right, Feng Jiu responded and followed the three of them to the spaceship. The Phoenix Guards were very happy to see her and were all prepared to welcome her. Everyone divided up the work. Some went to hunt, while others prepared other dishes. When night fell, everyone sat together to eat, drink, and chat. Feng Jiu also told them about what she had seen and encountered in the past year. I'm sure you all know about Mo Chen's ascension. In the past year, I specially went to the Nailan family and told his father about it. Feng Jiu said as she took a sip of wine and looked at the sky. She couldn't help but squint. Chapter 4794. She even felt that the day of Mo Chen's ascension was just yesterday. But unknowingly, a year had passed in the blink of an eye. Master, the news of young Master Mo Chen's ascension has gradually spread. Many people are very surprised. After all, so many people saw him disappear between heaven and earth. Who would have thought that he would ascend first in the end? Lung Hua said, looking at Feng Jiu. He asked, Master, in this year, did those people still send people to kill you? Feng Jiu curled his lips, revealing a faint smile. He said, even if they want to kill me, they can't reach here. With the disparity in strength, it's easier said than done to take my life. Master, in this year, Monarch Black Tortoise has come to look for you a few times. Du Fan said, looking at him. The most recent time was a month ago. He came with his wife, saying that he wanted to see young Master. Want to see how? Feng Jiu sneered. Does how or have anything to do with him? That relationship was broken 800 years ago. How dare they come here and say that they want to see how? Du Fan and the others did not speak. They knew that when Master took Hao away, he had some disagreements with Monarch Black Tortoise and his wife. Perhaps as time passed, they remembered their eldest son and knew that they had gone too far. But now it was impossible to see Hao. A few of them came, but they were all persuaded to leave. The most recent one to persuade them to leave was me. They said that they wished to see Master and apologize to Master personally. They also hoped that young Master would forgive them. Du Fan said. Feng Jiu's eyes were cold. He said, in the future, if they come, just drive them away. As for other things, especially news about Hao, do not let them know anything. Yes, they replied. In fact, when Hao, Mu Chun, and Mu Yu left, only these trusted subordinates knew where they went. No one else knew. I have to go to the sea tomorrow, so I won't be drinking wine. You guys should drink less. Feng Jiu stood up and said to Lung Shuang, do you have hot water? Yes, Master, it's ready. Lung Shuang stood up and led her to the cabin. Du Fan rubbed his nose and said, perhaps I shouldn't have told Master about this. He knew that Master would not be in a good mood after hearing this. Lung Hua patted him on the shoulder and said, Master, perhaps you're just tired. Besides, I still have to say this. You didn't do anything wrong. All right, let's get rid of everything. Master will be going to the sea tomorrow. Don't drink wine, lest you make a mistake. As Du Fan spoke, he had everyone take away the wine and dishes. The next morning, Feng Jiu went into the sea alone and went to the place where Mose was sleeping. Perhaps after another year of nourishment, his body seemed to have become more solid under the sea. Looking at his familiar face that seemed to be in a deep sleep, her eyes were filled with gentleness and affection. He was still here. Even if he was at the bottom of the sea, even if he had not woken up yet, to her, he was still here. One day, he would wake up and return to her side, to her and their children's side. Chapter 4795. She stayed at the bottom of the sea for an entire day and night, continuously transferring her green lotus chi to him. It was only the next day, when she felt exhausted, that she withdrew her hand and withdrew her green lotus chi. Mose, I'm preparing to ascend. You stay here and recuperate well. After I ascend, I'll kill all the people who caused you this much harm and avenge you. If you haven't woken up by then, I'll bring the children back to see you. She spoke softly and raised her hand to gently caress his face. Then, she bent down and kissed him on the lips. However, when she kissed his lips, it was as if she had kissed the surface of the water. The faint sound of water rippling could be heard. She took a step back and looked at him quietly. Her eyes were filled with reluctance, longing, and determination. "Don't worry, I'm ready. I'll definitely ascend successfully." She spoke softly and looked deeply into his eyes. Then, she retreated step by step until she was some distance away. Then, she set up the barrier again and left the bottom of the sea. She returned to the surface of the sea and landed in her flying ship. She quietly stared at the surface of the sea with a calm heart. Du Fan, Lung Hua, and Lung Shuang were standing behind her. When they saw her standing there quietly without saying a word, the three of them looked at each other and didn't say anything either. They just stood quietly behind her. After a long while, Feng Jiu turned around and gave the three of them some instructions. Then, he returned to the cabin to rest. "Is Master all right? He doesn't look too well." Lung Shuang was a little worried. "He's probably just tired. He's fine," Du Fan said. "I wonder how the Yama Lord is doing right now." Lung Hua looked at the surface of the sea and said softly, "I don't think he's getting much better. Otherwise, Master wouldn't have come up alone. You should have brought him up with him." Du Fan sighed softly and said, "Back then, Master said that he couldn't bring the Yama Lord away from the bottom of the Spirit Sea. Otherwise, how could Master bear to leave the Yama Lord alone in the deep sea?" Lung Hua and Lung Shuang fell silent when they heard this. Indeed, if they could bring the Yama Lord out, how could their master bear to leave the Yama Lord alone in the deep sea? However, they didn't know when the Yama Lord would awaken. What they didn't expect was that their master's rest for 3 days. 3 days later, Feng Jiu came out of the cabin in the morning. She didn't look as tired as she did a few days ago, and her mental state had recovered very well. "Master," when the three of them saw that she had come out and that her mental state had recovered, they finally relaxed. "Uh-huh," Feng Jiu responded and walked out. She sat down at the table at the bow of the ship and motioned to them. "You guys sit down too. I have something to tell you." Hearing this, the three of them looked at each other and sat down. They asked, "What is Master's order?" "I'm preparing to undergo the tribulation and ascend, so you'll have to take care of everything in the future. In addition, I didn't tell the Feng family's old residents about my ascension, so after I ascend, you'll have to tell them." Chapter 4796. Hearing her words, the three of them were silent for a while. Finally, Du Fan asked, "Mistress, how long will it take for the Yama Lord to wake up? Also, is Mistress ready for your ascension? Have you confirmed that nothing will go wrong? If the people above take advantage of your ascension and attack you, then..." Feng Jiu smiled and said, "I don't know when he will wake up, but when he wakes up, it will be the time of his ascension. All you need to do is to guard him. Don't worry about anything else. As for my ascension, don't worry. I'm ready. I know that those people want to kill me, so I won't give them a chance." Also, she paused and looked at the sky above her head. The corners of her lips curled into an arc. Her voice was soft and cold as she said, "My ascension will be a contest between me and them. Once I ascend, they will no longer be able to do as they please. Instead, they will be the ones getting anxious. Mistress, let's go protect you." Du Fan said. 3 days ago, I informed my brother and sister that the place I've chosen for my ascension is the East Sea Spirit region. They should be here in a few days. Luo Yu and the rest will be here too. Feng Jiu looked at them and said, "Listen carefully. When I ascend, spiritual energy will be everywhere within 100 meters. Immortal Qi will be lingering. This immortal Qi is an opportunity for cultivators. You must seize this opportunity and see if it can help you." They looked at each other and nodded. "Yes." Feng Jiu raised her head and looked at the sky. Her eyes were filled with determination and conviction as she said slowly, "Currently, the various layers of the heaven realm are separated, but one day in the future, I will definitely open the door that connects the 9 layers of the heaven realm, break through the layers of isolation, and let the 9 layers of heaven and earth become one." Hearing this, the three of them were shocked. Their eyes shone with a scorching light as they looked at their master. They could not help but smile. "We believe that Mistress can do it." They didn't know about others, but their mistress could do it. The next morning, before dawn, Feng Jiu was already sitting on a huge rock near the sea of the East Sea Spirit domain. She was dressed in red, and her black hair was not tied up with anything. Instead, it cascaded down her back naturally. The sea breeze gently brushed against her face, as if a pair of gentle hands were gently lifting up her hair. Because Fengjiu was ascending here, all the people and beasts within 100 li of this place had been chased away by the Phoenix Guards. The rest of the people had not arrived yet. Only the Phoenix team was guarding this place, accompanied by Du Fan, Leng Hua, and Leng Shuang. Because of Fengjiu's instructions, they stood far away, dozens of meters away from her, quietly watching and guarding her. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they were very worried. With Yama Lord as a precedent, even if their mistress said that it was fine and that she was prepared, they still couldn't help but worry. However, they also knew that their worries couldn't help her. All they could do was quietly guard her from afar and not let anyone disturb her, so that she could ascend without worry. Chapter 4797. At this moment, her mood was calm and her heart was firm. She knew what she had to do, what she had to face, and the path she had to choose. As she closed her eyes, the first rays of the morning sun rose from the eastern sea and dyed the seawater golden. Her hands gently moved, and after mobilizing the spiritual energy in her body, she slowly formed a lotus shape with her hands and placed them on her legs. Pure spiritual energy surged out from her body and pervaded her surroundings. The ancient mythological beast pressure was also released at this moment, mixing with the pure spiritual energy in her body and surging. The surging of the spiritual energy caused her robes to emit a whistling sound, and her black hair fluttered in the wind. The aura in the sky and the aura on the sea gradually surged because of her, and clouds began to gather. The morning sky was originally blue and cloudless, but at this moment, as Fengjiu's aura surged and released the pressure from her body, layers of clouds began to condense and float over from afar. They gradually gathered above the East Sea, forming a large layer of dark clouds. The morning sun that rose from the east was already covered by the thick clouds, and not a single ray of light could be seen. Strong winds blew on the surface of the sea, and the waves crashed, splashing up waves. In the sky, muffled sounds of thunder could be heard, one after another. It was as if a huge bolt of lightning was gathering, and it did not fall for a long time. Lightning flashed through the clouds, but there was still no bolt of lightning. In the distance, Du Fan, Leng Hua, and Leng Shuang were watching with their hearts in their mouths. Their palms were sweaty. They looked at their mistress, then looked at the dark clouds in the sky and the huge bolt of lightning that seemed to be gathering above her head and was about to strike. "Don't worry. Mistress will definitely be fine." Mistress said that everything is ready. She is confident that nothing will happen. Don't worry, don't worry." Du Fan nervously muttered to himself. It was unknown whether he was comforting the two people beside him or himself. Time passed, and at the first moment of the morning, a bolt of lightning flashed and a bolt of lightning struck from the clouds, accurately striking Fengjiu below. Boom! The sound of the bolt of lightning seemed to have penetrated half the sky and reached the clouds. As it echoed in the sky, it alarmed the experts in all directions. After the bolt of lightning struck her, several bolts of lightning fell from the sky, forming several lightning pillars that surrounded Fengjiu. The lightning pillars formed from the lightning pillars reached the sea and the clouds, making crackling sounds. There were even traces of electricity that shot out from the lightning pillars, making people's hair stand on end and their hearts clenched tightly. At the same time, when the experts in all directions heard the bolt of lightning, they were stunned. Lightning? Who is advancing? The sound of the heavenly thunder sounds different from before. It seems. This is the ascension lightning tribulation? Why is another person ascending? A year ago, Mo Chun ascended to the 9 heavens. A year later, could it be Fengjiu? Chapter 4798. It must be the ghost, Dr. Fengjiu, who has ascended. Other than the ghost, Dr. Fengjiu, there's no one else. Quick, let's go take a look. Experts from all sides rushed towards the source of the heavenly thunder after hearing it. In the past, they would not have had the chance to witness the ascension of an expert. However, Xinyuan Mo's Fengjiu, and Nalanamo Chen had appeared in this world. Each of them had the cultivation of a sovereign at such a young age, especially Mo Chun, who had successfully ascended. Now that it was Fengjiu's turn, they could not help but feel excited. Perhaps another supreme great emperor who had ascended to the 9 heavens was about to be born. Some people were overjoyed. Now that the demon Fengjiu had left, this place would be theirs. In the future, they would not have to worry about anything they did. Therefore, experts from all sides rushed towards the source of the heavenly thunder with various emotions. They wanted to see what was going on. In the upper immortal realm of the 9 heavens, Mo Chun, who was floating in the immortal abode on the immortal island, opened his eyes and smiled when he heard the heavenly thunder. His expression was calm and gentle, but the light in his eyes was filled with joy and anticipation. Fengjiu, she's finally coming. On the other side, when the great emperors heard the heavenly thunder from the lower immortal realm, their expressions changed instantly. Who else would dare to ascend from the lower immortal realm except for the ghost Dr. Fengjiu? Damn it! I can't believe that we still can't take her life after trying everything we can for more than a year. She's still thinking of ascending to become an immortal after living for so long. She's overestimating herself. One of the great emperors stepped out of the palace and looked at the sky with his hands behind his back. When he heard the heavenly thunder, his face darkened. That's good too. Since she dares to ascend, we can take advantage of her ascension to kill her. He revealed a sinister smile. In the next moment, with a flick of his sleeve, he disappeared on the spot. When the azure the arch of cloud sky mountain heard the thunder, he raised his brows and muttered, "This Fengjiu is really bold. How long has it been? He dared to ascend? Looks like she's really prepared." After he finished speaking, he paused for a moment and walked out of the cave. He walked outside with his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. As he listened to the thunder in the sky, he revealed a playful smile and murmured, "I wonder if she can really ascend successfully." "Master, master!" The 3 children descended from the sky on their swords. Their faces were filled with anxiety and worry as they quickly arrived in front of him. The Lotus Emperor glanced at the 3 of them and asked, "Why are you here instead of cultivating?" "Master, is my mother undergoing the Ascension Tribulation?" Howard asked, his gaze falling on him. Among the 3 of them, he was the oldest. Thus, when he heard the heavenly thunder, he immediately thought that it was very likely that their mother was undergoing the Ascension Tribulation. "Master, master, is it my mother? Will my mother be able to ascend successfully? Will she be in danger?" Yu went forward and tugged at his sleeve. Her small face was filled with worry. Chapter 4799. Muchen didn't say anything, but he looked at their master nervously. He wanted to know if it was their mother, as their elder brother had said. Emperor Qing glanced at the 3 of them and pulled back his sleeve, which was being pulled by Yu. He slowly walked to the stone table under the tree and sat down. He said, "In this world of immortals, there's no one else who has the ability to ascend except your parents. Your father, Xinyuan Mose, failed to ascend last time, so naturally, it's impossible for him to ascend at this time. So, the person today is undoubtedly your mother. Then will our mother be in danger? Will she be able to ascend smoothly?" Muchen couldn't help but ask. "Master, will those people who want to harm my father and mother take this opportunity to make a move on my mother? Will it be very dangerous for my mother to ascend now?" Howard asked worriedly. "Master," Yu hurriedly called out. Emperor Qing raised his hand and stopped them from asking further. "Those who want to harm her will naturally not let go of such a good opportunity. Whether she can ascend smoothly will naturally depend on your mother. Master, I beg you to help our mother." Yu knelt down, and raising her small face, she pitifully begged him. "Master, master." Howard and Mu Chun also knelt down. Although they didn't say it, their meaning was clear. "Get up." Emperor Qing looked at them and said, "It's useless to kneel because your mother's path is different from others. The things she will do in the future will be more difficult and dangerous than her ascension today. If she can't resolve the crisis and ascend smoothly today, how can she face her enemies in the future?" He paused and glanced at them. "Don't tell me that if she encounters danger in the future and encounters something she can't solve, you will kneel down and beg me to help her? You must know that everyone has their own mission, their own life, and their own difficulties. If you blindly rely on others for help, how long can others help you? When the three of them heard his words, they were momentarily stunned. Perhaps because they were still young, they didn't quite understand, but they vaguely understood what he meant. Thus, the three of them looked at each other and paused for a moment. Then, they lowered their heads and said in a low voice, "Master, we were insensible." Emperor Qing nodded and said, "You may rise." The three of them responded and stood up. Life and death are predestined. You don't have to worry. It's useless to worry. She has advanced today. She won't ascend in a day or two. Calm down and go back to cultivate. Emperor Qing said slowly. Hearing those words, the three of them moved their lips as if they wanted to say something. However, in the end, they didn't say anything. They only responded with a sound of acknowledgement before leaving together. Their mother was undergoing the heavenly lightning tribulation, so how could they calm down and cultivate? However, what could they do if they didn't cultivate? They were still young and couldn't help her with anything. Let's go. Let's go back and cultivate. We have to believe in Mother. She can definitely do it. How? Or held their hands and said firmly, "Yes, Mother will definitely ascend safely. At that time, maybe we will be able to see her again." Yue nodded with a serious expression on her face. "Let's go back and cultivate." Muchen also said. The three of them returned to the cave residence. Chapter 4800. The heavenly thunder in the sky faintly reverberated in the various heavenly realms. Day after day, the heavenly thunder and the sound of lightning made people's hearts hang in suspense. One day, 2 days passed, and the heavenly thunder was still roaring. 3 bolts of lightning fell every day, and after 3 bolts of lightning fell, the next day would be the next. Just like that, 3 to 5 days passed. Those who thought that Fengjiu would not be able to hold on could not help but be very surprised. Fengjiu's heavenly thunder tribulation was different from Mo Chen's. It was the same as Xianyuan Mo's heavenly thunder tribulation. There were only 3 bolts of heavenly thunder a day, and each bolt was more powerful than the last. Seeing that Fengjiu had endured 49 bolts of heavenly thunder, and she was still sitting cross-legged below, unharmed, the 4 great emperors in the upper immortal realm could not help but feel anxious. How can this be? We have clearly increased the power of the heavenly thunder and lightning. How can she still hold on? One of them said, anxiously pacing up and down in the main hall with his hands behind his back. Could it really be the destined Phoenix Star? Could she really have such good fortune? Another great emperor's brows were also filled with worry. Fengjiu was so strong, and her luck was so heaven-defying. If she really succeeded in ascending, would she be able to live a peaceful life in the future? At that time, they would not rest until one of them was dead. Have you forgotten? She has the ancient green lotus in her body. Moreover, I noticed that after being tempered by heavenly thunder every day, her body would be enveloped in a layer of green aura, and a green lotus would appear between her eyebrows. It is said that this ancient green lotus is the head of the 4 lotuses, and has the ability to quickly recover. I reckon that the green lotus has something to do with her being able to hold on until now. Another great emperor frowned and said in a low voice. After thinking for a while, he said, I think that increasing the power of the heavenly thunder and lightning will not be able to defeat her. On the contrary, she can withstand it. Her bones and tendons have been tempered even more, and her immortal body will only become stronger in the future. I think we have to attack from another side. One of the great emperors who had not spoken all this time pondered for a while, then looked at the person who spoke and asked, Then in your opinion, how should we attack? Why don't we create a clone to deal with her? We can only deal with her if we go down there ourselves. Otherwise, no one in the lower mortal world is a match for her. If we can't obtain her personality now, then, when she succeeds in her ascension, we'll have an endless battle to the death. If we send our clones down, our strength will also be restricted. I'm afraid that we won't be able to deal with her at all. Moreover, the risk is too great. Another person shook his head when he heard the first person's words. It was obvious that he refused. If you can't do this and you can't do that, then tell me, what should I do? The great emperor's mood became irritable when he heard that. Chapter 48:01. You're saying that when the last bolt of lightning strikes, the four of us will combine our strength to give her a heavy blow. One of them heard this, and his expression changed slightly. No one knew what he was thinking. That's right. The great emperor nodded and said, although we've done something these days, we all know that the power of the lightning strikes is at most 20% of our strength. When the time comes, the four of us will each use 60 to 70% of our strength. Do you think that she can withstand 60 to 70% of our strength by herself? Will there be any risks? One of the more cautious great emperors asked hesitantly. What risk can there be? As long as we can kill her, even if she consumes too much spiritual energy and can't recover in a short period of time, what's the harm in resting for a while? The great emperor who made the suggestion said. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this method was feasible. The other two thought for a while and finally nodded. Okay, let's do it. Even if they had to hurt themselves, as long as they could kill the ghost Dr. Fungio, it would be worth it. Thus, the four of them began to conserve their strength. When the last bolt of lightning gathered and was ready to strike, the four of them would combine their strength to give Fungio a fatal blow. In the East Sea Spirit region, Guan Shilin and Wanyan Xianhua had arrived. Other than them, there were also the other captains of the 8 Phoenix Guards. They gathered here to guard her. While watching her advance, they were also worried. For the past few days, they had been watching the heavenly thunder in the sky strike Feng Ix's body with a terrifying airflow. At the same time as the heavenly thunder, there was also the lightning ray, which made them tremble with fear. Their hearts were tightly clenched, afraid that Feng 9 would not be able to bear it and fall down. She seems to be in a good condition. Wanyan Qianhua gently exhaled as he spoke. However, his hand was tightly holding Jun Jushang's hand. He didn't even realize that he had scratched a few marks on Jun Jushang's hand. Jun Jushang patted her hand gently and said, "Don't worry. This was not the first time she had experienced a tribulation. When had she not survived it? It's okay. Just relax." How can I relax? Mose is already in such a state, and he's still sleeping at the bottom of the sea. We don't even know when he'll wake up. If something happens to her, what should we do? The more she spoke, the more nervous and worried she became. Her beautiful eyes stared at Fungio in the distance. Xiaojio has already withstood 49 bolts of lightning. Don't worry. She'll be fine. I believe in her, Guan Shilin said, looking at Fungio in the distance. They couldn't see her clearly from here. One reason was because of the distance, and the other was because of the lightning pillars surrounding her. However, if they looked carefully, they could see the green lotus that appeared between her eyebrows, as well as the green lotus aura that emanated from her body after 3 bolts of lightning every day. Chapter 48:02. Jun Jueshang patted her hand and said with a faint smile, "You think too much. Not everyone can reach their level of strength, and not everyone can have the opportunity to ascend like them." Guan Shilin also smiled and said, "Yes. How many people in this world can reach the peak of the Supreme Being realm? Besides, although we are not weak, we are still far from the Supreme Being realm. Some people can't even touch the edge of the Supreme Being realm after cultivating for a lifetime. It's too early to talk about ascending." He smiled and looked at the clouds that were gathering in the sky. "Moreover, I'm fine now. I have a family, and I have Yi Jing and my child to accompany me. I'm already very satisfied. I don't think too much about other things." He had never been an ambitious person. He wanted to become strong only to protect the people who were important to him. With his current strength, he could be considered as the strongest among the strongest in the heaven realm. In addition to his relationship with Xiaojio, no one dared to attack them. Therefore, it could be said that everything they had now was what they wanted to have. Wanyan Xianhua and Jun Jueshang couldn't help but look at each other when they heard this. For them, everything they had now was the life they wanted to have. It was peaceful and happy, and they had already obtained it. Everyone's pursuit was different. Some people wanted to be famous, some wanted to gain fame and fortune, Some wanted to become strong for the sake of becoming strong, and some were forced to become strong by fate. There were also some like them, who only wanted to live an ordinary life with their loved ones, their children, and their families. Fengjiu and the others, even though they yearned for such a life, fate had always forced them to grow and become strong. Perhaps only when they were strong enough to become the supreme being realm in the heaven and earth could they live the ordinary and warm life they wanted in the depths of the sea. Xinyuan Mose, who was in a deep sleep, was crazily absorbing the aura of spiritual power. The aura of spiritual power was absorbed into his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The water at the bottom of the sea surged, but the surface of the sea was the same as before. Only the sea near where Fengjiu was surging due to the airflow fluctuations, rolling up layers of spray and slapping against the surface of the sea, producing the whistling sound of waves. Within the pillar of lightning, Fengjiu closed her eyes and gently raised her hands to form a seal in front of her. As her hands moved, the aura of the green lotus spread out and quickly repaired the marks left on her body by the heavenly lightning. Between her eyebrows, a green lotus appeared, emitting a green light. She was dressed in red and had black hair. Her body was enveloped in green light. Her face was beautiful and cold, and her expression was calm and steady. After using the power of the green lotus to repair the marks left on her body by the heavenly lightning, she gently turned her hands and placed them between her knees again. Her palms faced up as she sat quietly. From the beginning to the end, she didn't open her eyes. In the upper immortal realm, in Cloud Sky Mountain, Hao and the other two watched the days pass by. They counted that the heavenly lightning struck 3 times a day, and now they had struck down 49 bolts. Up until now, they hadn't even seen their mother going through the tribulation in the lower immortal realm. Thus, they couldn't help but want to beg their master to let them see their mother. Chapter 48:03. The 3 of them came to the soft bed under the tree to take a look. Seeing their master sleeping soundly, they couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. "Big brother, master seems to be asleep," Yu whispered. Hao looked at their master and thought for a while. He also lowered his voice and said, "Then let's wait for master to wake up." Hearing this, Muchen looked at their master and his eyes flashed. In fact, he felt that their master might not necessarily be sleeping soundly. Perhaps he already knew that they were coming and was just pretending to be asleep. Yu nodded and replied, "Okay, then we'll wait here for master to wake up." Seeing their master sleeping, it didn't seem good to wake him up. Even if they felt that their master might just be pretending to be asleep, they couldn't go up and disturb him like this. They could only wait obediently at the side. The 3 of them also didn't leave and stood by the soft bed to wait. As time passed little by little, their master didn't show any signs of waking up. They couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Yu's pair of beautiful eyes turned, and a crafty radiance flashed through her eyes. Her small face revealed a little fox-like smile. Then she winked towards her 2 elder brothers. Then, lowering her voice, she said in a low voice, "Big brother, don't you feel that master is still very good?" Hao and Muchen immediately understood what she meant and couldn't help but smile. However, this smile only appeared for a moment before it quickly disappeared. Then, Hao seriously looked at their master and whispered, "Yes, master is indeed very good-looking. In mother's words, he is a very handsome man. Although I think father is the most good-looking person in the world, master is also very good-looking. It's just that he's a little bit inferior to father." Muchen said solemnly as he stared intently at their master's face. Our father is the most good-looking person, but master is also very good-looking. Look at his eyebrows. Aren't they the sword-like eyebrows mentioned in the books? And master's eyes, even though they're closed now, they'll still be like stars when they're open. And his nose, it's straight and tall, and it's also very good-looking. Yes, master's mouth is also very good-looking. There's even a slight horn at the corner of his mouth. Mother said that this is a lotus horn. A mouth with a lotus horn is very good-looking no matter if it's a man or a woman. And master's chin and the shape of his face. The 3 of them stared at Emperor Qing and sized him up with their 6 eyes. They even commented on him in a low voice. Even though Emperor Qing was very patient, he still couldn't stand the scorching eyes of the three little guys as they sized him up and commented on him. In the end, he finally opened his eyes. His gaze swept past Hao and Mu Chun before landing on you, who was chattering endlessly. His voice was deep and magnetic as well as somewhat lazy. Are you done? You shut her mouth when he opened his eyes. At this time, hearing his question, she smiled and narrowed her eyes. With an innocent look, she softly called out, "Master, you're awake?" Seeing that he didn't respond, Yu felt a little guilty. She smiled with a bit of fawning and said, "We were waiting for Master to wake up just now. When we saw Master's sleeping appearance, we realized that Master's sleeping appearance is very good-looking. Is that so?" Emperor Qing asked unhurriedly. Chapter 4804. Master, we want to see Mother. Master, please show us Mother. Yu said, blinking her beautiful big eyes at him. Hearing this, Emperor Qing glanced at them. Seeing the anticipation and pleading on their little faces, he paused for a moment and flicked his sleeve. A floating image appeared in front of them. In the image, their mother was sitting cross-legged there. Her body was suffused with a green aura, and a strong airflow was surging around her. Looking at that familiar face, the three children couldn't help but step forward and call out, "Mother!" However, they didn't get any response from her. Seeing that she was fine there, Howard couldn't help but look at their master, as if wanting to get an answer from him that could reassure them. He asked, "Master, my mother has already experienced so many heavenly thunders. She will definitely be able to pass through the remaining heavenly thunders smoothly, right?" Emperor Qing looked at him and saw the worry and apprehension in his eyes. His gaze turned and fell on Fengjiu in the image. Seeing that her mental state was very good, he nodded and said, "If there are no accidents, she should have no problem with the remaining heavenly thunders." Hearing this, Howard lightly exhaled and revealed a big smile. "That's good. I knew that Mother would definitely be able to do it." When Mu Chun and Mu Yu heard this, they looked at each other and smiled happily. They watched there for a while. Perhaps because the three heavenly thunders had already fallen today, they only saw their mother recuperating there. Therefore, after a while, the image was flicked away by their master. "All right, go back and concentrate on your cultivation. Children shouldn't think too much about adult matters all day long." Emperor Qing gestured for the three of them to go back and cultivate. The three of them had already achieved their purpose of this trip. They saw that their mother was fine and heard from their master that their mother would successfully ascend. Only then did they feel relieved. The three of them respectfully bowed and left. In the city, Shun Shiqi and the other individual cultivators who had chased Yu to the city came again. However, they couldn't find the little fox-like girl they had met on the road. In the restaurant, they were sitting by the window, drinking wine and eating peanuts. One of the individual cultivators said, "Old Shun, it's been more than a year, and we haven't heard any news about that little girl. The people who sent out the information couldn't find her either. It seems that the little girl is either in the sect or deep in the mountains. Otherwise, with our power, it's impossible that we can't find any news about her. Yes, in this year, we have also secretly investigated almost all the aristocratic families, but there's no trace of that little girl. That little girl shouldn't be from here. But I'm curious, how do you think such a little girl avoided our tracking? Not to mention the fact that there's no trace of her in this city. There's no trace of her in the neighboring towns either. We've released the portrait, but there's no clue at all. She's really mysterious. Moreover, it's been more than a year," said another rogue cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a peanut into his mouth. Chapter 4805. Besides, we already said that the little girl's face we saw back then was covered by a concealment technique. It's not strange that we couldn't find her. However, I believe that we will meet again one day. Only you would be interested in looking for a little girl for more than a year. The few of us are really loyal. We've been following you around for more than a year. I don't know what we're after," another person said with a smile. He looked at Shin Shichi and joked, "It's a pity that the little girl is a little young. Otherwise, she could be your wife." When the other two heard this, they immediately laughed out loud. Shin Shichi smiled and said, "All right, don't make fun of me. Anyway, We have nothing to do, so we're just looking around. Or are you guys going back? He looked at them and asked. No, we're free outside. If we go back, we'll be restricted. However, last year, a great emperor ascended from the immortal realm. Did you guys hear the news? Do you know where he came from? How many years has it been since an expert ascended from the immortal realm? That expert ascended from the immortal realm. Everyone was shocked. How could we not hear about it? Besides, it's been a year. Naturally, everyone knows about the existence of this great emperor. As Shun Shichi said this, he drank a mouthful of wine and ate a few peanuts. He said, "It's said that this great emperor who ascended is called the Great Emperor. Some call him Saint Emperor for short. This person's immortal body was formed from an ancient golden lotus. When he ascended, his entire body was dazzling. I've heard about it too. However, it seems that no one knows the origin of this great emperor. After all, there are so many heavens between the immortal realm and the immortal realm. The immortal realm doesn't know about the immortal realm. The immortal realm also doesn't know about the immortal realm. It's really curious." Another person said, "You guys don't know?" Another person lowered his voice and laughed. "I've heard some news. Do you guys know that in the immortal realm, there's a woman who's called the Ghost Dr. Fengjiu? Ghost Dr. Fengjiu? Why does this sound so familiar?" Another person said, "I've heard of this person. It's said that she's the Phoenix Star. Her medical and alchemy skills are unparalleled in the world. Her talent and strength are shocking. She's a genius that only appears once in 10,000 years." Shinshichi's eyes shone with admiration as he said, "I've heard my father mention her before. He said that Ghost Dr. Fengjiu was a deviant soul who came into this world. She was destined to be the Phoenix Star. There's also a prophecy about her. It said that she would become the ruler of the world. She would stand above all the immortals and become a supreme ruler." At this point, Shun Shichi paused for a moment before continuing with a burning gaze. "Furthermore, it is precisely because of this that the 4 great emperors and a few other emperor lords joined forces to kill her. I heard from the elders in my family about the recent sky lightning tribulation. You're saying that the ghost Dr. Fengjiu is the one who's going through the lightning tribulations 3 times a day?" Another person asked in surprise. It was obvious that he had only just found out. Shun Shichi nodded and said, "That's right. Counting the days, she's already gone through 49 small lightning tribulations. As long as she's refined by the lightning tribulations, she'll be able to ascend and become an immortal. My family's elders said that this person has a high chance of successfully ascending. Also, if she succeeds, our world will change." Chapter 48:06. Shun Shichi gestured to them, and the other 3 came closer. He lowered his voice and said, "I'm only reminding you because it's you guys. You guys better send a message back to your families. I heard that the 4 great emperors are working together to deal with this ghost, Dr. Fengjiu. They want her dead. They're afraid that she'll come up and steal their power and territory. They're afraid that one day, Ghost Dr. Fengjiu will stand on top of their heads. Hence, they want her dead." Hearing this, the 3 of them were shocked. They looked at each other, and one of them asked, "Do you think that even if Ghost Dr. Fengjiu succeeds in ascending with her strength alone, can she fight against the 4 great emperors?" That's why I said that you guys are not up to date with the news." Shinshichi laughed and looked at them. "This Ghost Dr. Fengjiu is not an ordinary person. Furthermore, there's another piece of news that you guys don't know. The great emperor who ascended a year ago has an extremely deep relationship with Ghost Dr. Fengjiu." Hearing this, the 3 of them were startled. They clearly didn't expect this. If she really ascends, will the 4 great emperors work together to suppress her? Or even let us, the aristocratic families, suppress that ghost Dr. Fengjiu? It seems like one of them frowned as he spoke. Shun Shichi stepped back and leaned against the back of the chair. He said leisurely, "Just listen to me. There won't be any mistakes. If you don't understand something, just send the news back. The elders in your families will think about it." Seeing this, the 3 of them looked at each other and cupped their hands. "Old Shun, thank you. We're all brothers. There's no need to thank me." He waved his hand and didn't mind. His gaze turned to the street outside. He wondered when he would meet that little girl again. The next time he met her, he would definitely ask her how she managed to hide from them. The days passed one by one. However, whether it was the lower mortal realm or the upper mortal realm, it seemed a little oppressive, especially the aristocratic families and sects in the upper immortal realm. They felt a little peaceful recently. It was like the calm before the storm. The calm made people feel inexplicably uneasy and anxious. Today was the 27th day of Feng Jiu's tempering by the thunder of soaring. It was also the last day. If she could successfully survive the 3 heavenly thunders today, then what awaited her was to be reborn into an immortal body and ascend to the 9 heavens. Today, the 3 heavenly thunders had yet to fall. However, the clouds in the sky were becoming more and more oppressive and terrifying. On the surface of the sea, the wind was blowing and the waves were roaring. The waves were swept up high by the wind and slammed against the surface of the sea fiercely, creating loud, crashing sounds. In the Spirit Sea region of the East Sea, the various sovereigns were watching from afar. Luo Yu and the other captains of the Phoenix Guard, as well as Du Fan and Guan Shilin, were nervously looking at the red figure that was still sitting there quietly. After so many days of tribulation, the special red robe on her was already charred in some places and tattered in others. The color was no longer as bright as before. However, her expression remained the same. She was still as calm as ever. The green lotus between her eyebrows continued to provide her with an endless supply of green lotus chi. It was as if she could not sense what was happening outside. She was only focused on her ascension. Chapter 48:07. Their divine senses penetrated through the layers of clouds and locked onto the red figure below. Seeing that she had held on until now, the 4 of them had ugly expressions. I didn't expect Feng Jiu to have such heaven-defying luck. It's already the last day, and only the last heavenly lightning is left, one of the great emperors said with a heavy heart. Since that's the case, let's do what we agreed on previously. I don't believe that she can really withstand a sure kill attack from the 4 of us, one of the great emperors said with a gloomy gaze as he stared below. Increase the power of the first 2 heavenly lightning bolts. If she can withstand it, the 4 of us will join forces to strike the last heavenly lightning. All right. Immediately, the 4 of them looked at each other. 2 of them mobilized the powerful pressure in their bodies and prepared to increase the power of the heavenly lightning that was about to descend. At the same time, at Cloud Sky Mountain, Emperor Qing and the 3 children were watching the scene in the floating mirror under a tree. They were watching Feng Jiu undergo the heavenly lightning refinement on the last day. The 3 children were nervous. Even Yu, who is usually the most talkative, was holding her breath. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly, let alone speak. Emperor Qing glanced at the 3 children and then looked at Feng Jiu in the mirror. Then he shifted his gaze and looked at the sky. He felt that those people wouldn't let Feng Jiu off so easily, especially when Feng Jiu was undergoing the last 3 heavenly lightning refinement. Those people couldn't just watch and not do anything. He paused for a moment and got up from the soft couch. With his hands behind his back, he leisurely walked away. Hao, who had been staring at the scene, sensed it and looked up. He saw their master leisurely walking on the wind with his hands behind his back. In a few seconds, he was heading towards the peak of the mountain. He couldn't help but wonder what his master was going to do. As the peak of Cloud Sky Mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist, it was very difficult to see the scenery at the peak of the mountain even from within Cloud Sky Mountain. Therefore, when he saw their master heading towards the peak of the mountain, Hao pondered for a while. Since his master didn't say anything and didn't say much, he didn't ask and wasn't curious. Because what he wanted to see was his mother successfully ascending. At this moment, no matter who called him, he didn't want to leave this scene. Mu Chun and Mu Yu didn't notice their master's departure. Or rather, they knew it, but they didn't care. At this moment, no one was more important than their mother, even if that person was their master. When they reached the peak of Cloud Sky Mountain, the Lotus Emperor clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the distant sky while facing the wind. After a while, he retracted his gaze and sat down cross-legged on a smooth rock foam. Jiu closed her eyes, but at this moment, she felt the oppressive and powerful airflow above her head. The powerful pressure and airflow made her feel the aura of death and murderous intent. She felt two strands of murderous intent from the powerful pressure and airflow. Almost in an instant, her mind was clear. Obviously, it was those people who wanted to take her life. But did they really think it was that easy to take her life? The corners of her lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint arc. Chapter 48:08. She only felt the lightning and heavenly thunder strike her body at the same time. The powerful impact was like a torrent of water from high above, hitting her body heavily. At that moment, she felt a wave of pain and numbness coursing through her veins. The tempering of the heavenly thunder caused her skin, flesh, tendons, and bones to suffer an extremely powerful impact and pain at that moment. She clenched her teeth tightly and clenched her hands into fists. She forced herself to endure the excruciating pain, as if her bones and tendons were being broken and then crushed. Cold sweat seeped out of her forehead, and beads of sweat rolled down her cheeks. However, in the next moment, they were blown away by the airflow from her body. Guanxilin and the others, who were watching from a place where the pressure and airflow could not reach, saw that this heavenly thunder was even more powerful than the previous one. They could not help but feel their hearts skip a beat. When they saw her forcing herself to endure with a painful expression, they became even more anxious. In an immortal mansion in the upper immortal realm, Imo Chun sat cross-legged and released his divine sense. He knew that those people would definitely make things difficult for Fengjiu and obstruct her ascension. Therefore, he stood guard here quietly. If Fengjiu really could not hold on in the end, he would be able to lend a hand. Moreover, he believed that with Fengjiu's strength, she would definitely be able to ascend smoothly. All he needed to do was to stand guard. Unexpectedly, about half an incense stick of time after the first bolt of lightning struck down, the second bolt of lightning struck down immediately after. The loud rumbling sound shook the heaven realm, and the sound of thunder rumbled and reverberated in the sky. Fengjiu's previous heavenly thunder strikes were separated by a certain amount of time. This gave her time to recuperate and adapt. Now that the first heavenly thunder had just struck, the second one followed closely behind. It was obvious how much those people wanted to kill her. The four great emperors in the sky saw that Fengjiu in the lower realm had actually withstood two heavenly thunders. For a moment, their faces darkened. I didn't expect her to be able to hold on. A great emperor said hatefully. He was a little angry. This Fengjiu is indeed extraordinary. She's so strong and powerful. No matter what we do, we can't let her ascend successfully. Now that two of the last three heavenly thunders have fallen, it seems that she can withstand them. Then, we only have one chance left. Another great emperor said in a gloomy and ruthless voice. No, look, she's vomiting blood. A great emperor who had been staring at Fengjiu exclaimed softly. His voice was filled with unconcealable joy and excitement. When the other three heard this, they looked down again. Indeed, they saw Fengjiu spit out a mouthful of blood with a pu sound. The corner of his mouth was stained with a trace of blood, and his face was pale. Ha 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 ha. Looks like our attacks are still effective. She shouldn't be able to hold on much longer. A great emperor raised his head and laughed loudly. His face was filled with excitement. Fengjiu vomited blood. This proved that Fengjiu could no longer withstand the power of the two heavenly thunders. Even if she was still holding on, she had withstood the first two heavenly thunders. There was no way she could withstand the third one and ascend to immortality. Chapter 48:09. Let's send her on her way. It's best if her soul scatters and dissipates between heaven and earth. She will never enter the cycle of reincarnation. One of the great emperors narrowed his eyes and said. A ruthless glint flashed across his eyes. All right, the four of us will join forces and give her a fatal blow. As the other three spoke, they looked at each other and revealed a grim smile. Just as the four great emperors were preparing for the final blow on Cloud Sky Mountain, the three children saw their mother vomiting blood and her face turning pale. They couldn't help but become anxious. What should we do? Mother vomited blood. Will she be all right? You. Er's eyes were red from worry. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she forced them back down. Mother will be fine. She will definitely be fine, Muchan said firmly. His little face was tense as he looked nervously at the scene in front of him. Mother, however, called out softly. His voice was choked with sobs, and his heart was thumping wildly. No one knew that his body was trembling because of fear and worry. At the peak of Cloud Sky Mountain, Emperor Qing was also paying attention to Fengjiu's situation below. When he saw her vomiting blood, he frowned slightly. However, he still closed his eyes and sat there quietly. Perhaps, in his opinion, since Fengjiu could withstand the first 3 bolts of heavenly thunder, she should also be able to withstand the last 3 bolts of heavenly thunder. What's more, she herself was an alchemist, so perhaps she had refined some kind of divine pill in reserve. It was impossible for her to vomit blood just because of these 2 bolts of heavenly thunder. However, judging from the current situation, it would appear that he was indeed injured. If he was injured, the situation would become very dangerous in the final bolt of heavenly lightning. At the same time, at the Spirit Sea realm, Guan Shilin and the others were also shocked when they saw Fengjiu vomit blood. She vomited blood. What should we do? There's still the last bolt of lightning. Will she be able to withstand it? Guan Shilin said anxiously. Wanyan Xinhua looked at Fengjiu in front of him and took a deep breath. He looked at Jun Jueshang beside him and asked, "What do you think?" Jun Jueshang pursed his lips and looked at Fengjiu in front of him with a grave expression. He said, "I'm afraid that her heart and 5 internal organs will be injured. If that happens, I'm afraid that she won't be able to withstand the last bolt of lightning. Based on her situation, the consequence of failure is very likely." Hearing this, Wanyan Qianhua immediately said, "Let's find a way to save her. We can't just watch her die in front of us." As soon as she finished speaking, she wanted to take a step forward. Wait. Du Fan and Lung Hua spoke at the same time. They walked over and looked at Wanyan Qianhua and the others. They said, "Master told us not to disturb her when she's breaking through. We can only observe and not get close. It's useless no matter who gets close to her. Not only can we not save her, but it's also very likely that we'll be accidentally injured by the lightning." Wanyan Qianhua's face darkened when he heard this. He said, "But she's vomiting blood now. Do you know what will happen if she fails?" Du Fan and Lung Hua looked at each other and nodded. They said, "Of course we know. However, we're here to protect her under Master's orders. Moreover, we believe in Master." Chapter 48:10. Seeing this, Zhen Jushang held Wanyan Qianhua's hand and said, "Believe in Fengjiu. She never does anything she's not sure of. Besides, Du Fan and the others are right. She has withstood so many bolts of lightning, so there's no reason for her not to be able to withstand the last one. Believe in her." Hearing this, Wanyan Qianhua nodded and didn't say anything else. She just leaned into Zhen Jushang's arms and didn't dare to look at the scene where the last bolt of lightning was about to strike. Hearing this, Guan Shilin was also silent for a while. He didn't say anything, but his hands were tightly clenched into fists and his palms were sweaty. "Look, the wind and waves on the sea are a little unusual." Lung Shuang looked at the sea. Because of his master's ascension tribulation, the sea was a little different from usual and the waves would be bigger. However, it was rare to see a wave that was 7 or 8 meters high. Because of her words, they looked at the surface of the sea. Indeed, they saw a wave surging on the surface of the sea. Accompanied by the whistling of the sea wind, it surged violently towards the shore. The momentum was so terrifying that it caused their expressions to become serious. If the wave hit them, Fengjiu, who was sitting on the rock, will be affected as well. However, just as this thought flashed through their minds, they saw a loud crack in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck down, and at the same time, a destructive bolt of lightning struck down towards Fengjiu. No one noticed that Fengjiu, who was surrounded by lightning, threw a pill in her mouth when the dazzling bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. At the same time, she turned her hand, and an ancient mirror appeared in her palm. The momentum and pressure of the lightning and thunder struck down on Fengjiu's body. At that moment, there seemed to be 4 different auras faintly appearing between the lightning and the lightning. The 4 different auras transformed into the shape of dragons, which roared and rushed towards Fengjiu. The destructive aura of death also struck down at that moment. Boom! It was a loud bang that shook the 9 heavens. The whole world seemed to be trembling, and the land of the East Sea spiritual region was shaking. Some of the ground even cracked because it couldn't withstand the terrifying pressure. When the lightning and thunder mixed with the 4 destructive auras struck down on Fengjiu's body, a strong and dazzling light burst out from her body like the sun. There seemed to be a faint cracking sound, like the sound of a mirror shattering. "Master, Xiaojiu!" Everyone couldn't help but cry out in alarm. The destructive aura of death was too powerful, and the dazzling light was too dazzling. As a result, the place where she stood was filled with dazzling light. No one could see her at all. "Mother! Mother! Mother!" On Cloud Sky Mountain, the 3 children shouted with red eyes. 3 pairs of eyes stared intently at the image. However, in the next moment, the image that they were staring at seemed to have been disturbed by something and disappeared before their eyes. "Mother! Boo-hoo! Big brother! Big brother! I can't see mother! I can't see mother!" Chapter 48:11. Howard and Muchun were also anxious. Their eyes turned red when they saw the disappearing image. "Why did it disappear? Why can't we see it? Master, master!" The 2 of them hurriedly shouted. Their voices, which carried the aura of spiritual power, spread throughout the entire Cloud Sky Mountain with anxiety and panic. The Qing Emperor, who was in the clouds of Cloud Sky Mountain, heard their voices and knew why they were so anxious. However, he was also very surprised. At this moment, he could not see Fengjiu's situation and could not divert his attention to respond to his 3 disciples at this moment. He focused his mind and used his divine sense to explore the immortal realm again. However, he was shocked and quickly retracted his divine sense. In the East Sea spiritual region, in the dazzling light of the sun, for powerful airflows and pressure visible to the naked eye were refracted from the light and attacked the 9 heavens above. They were so fast and powerful that they were as terrifying as the 4 destructive auras that struck Fengjiu. In the sky above the celestial realm, the 4 emperors were looking down to see if Fengjiu had been annihilated. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, a torrential stream of air suddenly attacked the 4 of them. Because the 4 auras were familiar to them, they were unable to react or dodge in time. Just like that, they were sent flying by the 4 streams of air. Whoosh! Bang! The 4 powerful airflows cut through the air and landed on the 4 great emperors. Even though the 4 of them were powerful, they were still sent flying. The moment they spat out blood, their figures flew hundreds of meters away. After spinning a few times in the air, they fell down. Screams and exclamations came from the 4 of them. However, the 4 of them fell down from the clouds due to the heavy impact and disappeared in a short while. The only thing that could be seen was that the 4 of them seemed to be seriously injured. The Qing Emperor of Cloud Sky Mountain saw this scene. And Mo Chun, who was in the immortal abode, also saw this scene. After being stunned for a moment, the 2 of them smiled. The former was surprised and expectant, while the latter was relieved and relieved at the same time. In the Spirit Sea region, the dark clouds that shrouded the entire sky dispersed under the dazzling light. The aura of death and destruction in the air, as well as the powerful airflow and pressure, all disappeared without a trace as the light gradually dispersed. Even the 7 or 8 meter high waves on the sea disappeared in an instant, only splashing a layer of water. The oppressive aura dispersed, and what appeared was the moving celestial music that came from the blue sky and the immortal light path that shone down from the 9 heavens. The 7-colored rainbow stretched across the sea and extended to the large rock that Fengjiu was on. The immortal light appeared. She slowly opened her eyes. Her clear eyes shined brightly as she looked at the celestial path that had appeared in the sky. She stood up against the wind. Chapter 48:12. Master, Xiaojiu, Ajiu, Du Fan, Guanshalin, and the rest looked at this scene with tears of excitement in their eyes. They shouted loudly and waved at Fengjiu, who was standing against the wind. After more than 20 days of anxiety, they could finally put down their worries at this moment. At this moment, there was only excitement and joy in everyone's hearts. She had finally made it through. She was finally going to ascend to the 9 heavens. From the moment the last bolt of lightning struck, she possessed a body of celestial bones and an unparalleled lifespan that was as long as the heavens and the earth. Looking at the red figure who was standing against the wind and shrouded in holy light and heavenly music, everyone's eyes were filled with pride. That was their master. That was their family. After hearing their voices, Fengjiu slowly turned around. Her red dress drew a beautiful arc as she turned around. After she turned around, the red dress also fluttered in the wind, creating a circle of enchanting petals. Amidst the holy light, her figure gradually flew up and her feet left the ground. She stood there quietly. When her quiet gaze fell on the familiar faces, there was a trace of gentleness in it. A beautiful smile bloomed on her peerless face. "Take care of my family for me. I'm leaving, but I'll be back." Her voice came from the sky. Her voice was soft, but it contained a firm conviction and clearly entered everyone's ears. "Don't worry, Master. Your subordinates will definitely not disappoint Master's trust," Du Fan and the rest said in unison. They cupped their fists and bowed, kneeling on one knee. Each of them raised their heads and watched as their master gradually disappeared into the distance. Agio, we'll wait for you to come back. You have to take care of yourself. You must be well. Wanyan Qianhua shouted loudly and waved at Fengjiu. Xiaojiu, you have to take care of yourself. You have us at home, don't worry. Guanxilin also shouted loudly and waved at her. He watched as her figure gradually moved towards the rainbow bridge in the holy light until she reached the 7-colored clouds in the sky. When the heavenly music in the sky gradually dissipated, the heavenly aura in the air gradually dissipated, and the holy light gradually disappeared. The 7-colored path in the sky also disappeared without a trace, along with the dazzling red figure. Seeing her ascend, Wanyan Qianhua, Guanxilin, and the rest retracted their gazes and looked at each other. Guanxilin grinned and said in a clear voice, "I'm going back to the Feng family's mansion to tell grandfather and the others this good news. They'll be very happy to hear this news. Hearing this, we'll go back with you to see them. Speaking, I haven't seen them for a long time. Now, there's no need to worry about her. Now that Xiao has successfully ascending, there's nothing to worry about her. We'll go back with you." "Okay," Guanxilin responded and looked at Du Fan and the others. He wondered what arrangements Xiaojiu made for them before she left. Du Fan and the others had already stood up. Hearing their words, Du Fan and the others discussed for a while before walking over. Chapter 48:13. Seeing this, Guanxilin nodded and said, "Well, you don't have to worry about the old residents. Just do as Xiaojiu told you before he ascended." "We know," they said, and then cupped their hands to Guanxilin, Wanyan Qianhua, and Junju Shang. "Please send our greetings and congratulations to Old Master and the others. If there is anything that needs to be solved, just send us a message and we will deal with it." "Ha ha, congratulations." The sovereigns who had been watching Fengjiu's ascension walked over with smiles on their faces and cupped their hands to congratulate them. The South Chung sovereign's face was full of smiles, and his tone was kind and amiable. He said to Guanxilin and the others, "The ghost doctor has finally ascended. This is really a joyous occasion. We were lucky enough to see the ghost doctor's ascension, and we are even more shocked and excited. After a few days, we will definitely bring congratulatory gifts and visit Old Master and the others at the Feng family's old residence." Guanxilin cupped his hands and returned the greeting. He smiled and said, "Okay, I will definitely report to my adoptive father and the others when I return. We will wait for your arrival." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the sovereigns left first. Guanxilin, Du Fan, and the others arranged for the Phoenix Guards to guard the sea area and then went to the spaceship. At the same time, in Cloud Sky Mountain, Qing Emperor was walking on the wind with his hands clasped behind his back. When he saw Hao and Mu Chun, who were so anxious that their eyes were red, as well as Yu who was crying due to worry, the corners of his mouth curled up and he smiled. Why are you crying? Your mother's ascension is a joyous occasion, isn't it? Hearing his voice and seeing him come back, the three children hurriedly ran toward him. Master, Yu eyes were still tearing, and she was crying very sadly. When she saw him, she threw herself at him and cried loudly, Master, my mother can't see her. We can't see her, woo. Master, our mother. Hao and Mu Chun also surrounded him, looking at him anxiously and worriedly. But before they could finish, he interrupted them. All right, there's no need to say anymore. There's no need to cry. Your mother is fine and has successfully ascended. Seeing their worried and anxious expressions, and seeing his little disciple crying so much, he raised his hand and waved it. The image that had disappeared reappeared in front of them. Ah, it's Mother. You hastily wiped her tears, fearing that tears would cloud her eyes and make her unable to see her mother's appearance. Mother has successfully ascended, Hao and Mu Chun said at the same time. Their faces were full of surprise and excitement, especially when they saw their mother slowly ascending. They were even more excited. It's really Mother. Little sister, quickly look. Mu Chun pulled Yu-er's hand, and his little face was filled with joy. Mother, Mother! Yu-er shouted and tiptoed, wanting to get closer to her mother. The Qing Emperor looked at Fengjiu in the image, then glanced at his three disciples and said, She has successfully ascended. Can you be relieved this time? Not only did Fengjiu successfully ascend, but he also used some kind of treasure to seriously injure the four great emperors. Even he didn't dare to release his divine sense to investigate at that moment, which was enough to show how powerful that treasure was. Chapter 48:14. It's fine as long as Mother is fine. Hao smiled. Because of this smile, his little face looked a lot more lively. He had the vitality and happiness that people of his age should have. Shifu, can we go see Mother? Mu Chun asked, looking at their Shifu. Master, take us to see Mother. We miss Mother so much. Yu also said, pulling on their master's sleeve. Emperor Qing glanced at them and said, Have you forgotten what I told you? Even if your mother ascends, you can't go see her, and you can't let others know about your relationship with her. Otherwise, if her enemies can't do anything to her, they will think of ways to do something to you and use you to threaten her. When he saw their disappointed expressions, he clasped his hands behind his back and sighed softly. Master is doing this for your own good. You better focus on your cultivation. With that, he flicked his sleeve and erased the image. Master! Yu cried out in alarm when she saw that the image of their mother was wiped away by her master. She looked up at him with a red face. Emperor Qing turned around and walked back to his cave. He said indifferently, Go back and cultivate. It's fine as long as you know that your mother is fine. As for the rest, it's not something you can worry about right now. Knowing that their master always meant what he said, the three of them didn't ask for any more help. They could only walk back with a lonely expression at Mo Chen's immortal mansion. After seeing that Fengjiu had successfully ascended, he didn't pay any more attention to it. No matter what, now that she had successfully ascended, he didn't need to worry about other things. Fengjiu ascended. Somewhere in the immortal realm, celestial music reverberated in the sky. A celestial island appeared, and a majestic palace was completed amidst the light. Her immortal mansion was also the same as Mo Chen's immortal mansion a year ago. Only the palace and environment were slightly different. However, it was still in the same immortal mansion. Hundreds of flowers bloomed on the island. Hundreds of fruits grew on the branches. Red-crowned cranes flew, and magpies sang happily. A seven-colored rainbow bridge spanned across the immortal island, adding a dazzling scenery to this fairyland-like island where hundreds of flowers were blooming. However, compared to Mo Chen's immortal abode, which was bustling with activity when the monarchs came to present gifts, Fengjiu's immortal abode was cold and cheerless. Not a single person came to congratulate or present gifts. What she didn't know was that the sovereigns under her jurisdiction had long heard of the enmity between the four great emperors and her, and that they wanted to kill her. Therefore, Even though she had become a great emperor in this world, those sovereigns didn't dare to visit her, for fear that they would offend the other 4 great emperors if they congratulated this newly ascended great emperor. Compared to this, Fengjiu didn't care much. At this time, her figure landed on the Rainbow Bridge and stood on it, looking at the private island that belonged to her. It could only be said that this was an island that stretched as far as the eye could see. In addition to her newly built immortal residence, there were several mountains that reached into the clouds behind the palace, layer upon layer, and a forest that seemed to have no end. Chapter 48:15. It's as beautiful as a fairyland. This must be the place they're talking about, right? She murmured softly. She was in a very good mood. After going through so many difficulties, she had finally successfully ascended to immortality. At this moment, she was naturally overjoyed. In this place, on this island that was as beautiful as a fairyland, how she wished that her husband and her children could be by her side at this moment. They could share her joy and share this fairyland. Mose, if only you were here too, how great would that be? She said softly. A trace of regret flashed across her heart. But it doesn't matter. I came here first, so I'll take care of this place first. This place will be our home in the future. It will be a place where our family can reunite. A determined light flashed across her eyes. Her clear eyes looked at this fairyland, and a sincere smile appeared on her face. In the next moment, she waved her sleeves, and several rays of light flew out. Some rose into the air and circled in the sky, while others leaped and landed steadily on the ground. Master! 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 Joyful and excited voices rang out from Fengjiu's contracted beasts. When the fire phoenix rose into the air, it revealed its true form with a flash of light. The huge figure of the fire phoenix soared in the sky. Its flaming wings flapped, and it raised its head. A phoenix cry reverberated in the sky. It penetrated deep into the clouds and reverberated in the sky, reaching every corner of the island below. In that instant, in the endless forest, when the beasts heard the phoenix cry from the ancient mythical beast, they all lowered their bodies and knelt down. Their mouths emitted cries, and they didn't even dare to raise their heads. At this moment, due to the appearance of the fire phoenix, the beasts in the forest clearly knew that such a powerful ancient divine beast was guarding this island. When Tunyin, Lao Bai, and the other contracted beasts saw the fire phoenix hovering in the sky and raising its head to chirp, they knew what it was trying to do. Therefore, they only glanced at it in the sky before looking around happily. They jumped up and scurried around the area, then returned to the bottom of the Rainbow Bridge to congratulate their master. Fengjiu stood on the Rainbow Immortal Bridge, facing the wind. She looked into the distance with a faint smile on her lips. She watched as the immortal crane transformed into an immortal servant, as well as the flower immortal and the others transformed from the flowers. They leisurely walked over behind Old White and the other contracted beasts. When they reached the bottom of the Rainbow Immortal Bridge, they bowed respectfully. Congratulations to the Phoenix Master for ascending and becoming an immortal. Gentle voices of congratulations sounded from their mouths, and they were nothing more than some auspicious words of congratulations for her ascension. Fengjiu raised his hand, and some medicinal pills flew into their hands. He said slowly, "All right, you guys can leave first. Go and prepare a place to rest. Also, I need some information. You guys are responsible for finding out for me." Her gaze landed on the 4 immortal servants transformed from the cranes. When the 4 immortal servants heard her words, they didn't hesitate and respectfully replied, "Yes, we will follow the Phoenix Master's orders." Chapter 48:16. The fire phoenix flapped her wings and brought Fengjiu to circle above the immortal island, checking the area they occupied and the boundaries they had set up. The 4 great emperors who had been injured by the counterattack had already returned to their respective immortal mansions. Once they returned, they immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. They only instructed their subordinates to be on high alert in case someone attacked them. After one of the great emperors entered his mansion and closed the door, the blood in his chest could no longer be suppressed and spurted out. He staggered backward, holding on to the table and chair as he came to his bed. He leaned against the headboard and gasped for breath. His face was pale as he leaned against the headboard. He took out a pill from his space and swallowed it. After resting for a while, he sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. It was not until 2 days later that he opened his eyes. Feng Jiu, how could he injure me to this extent? He said hatefully, but in his heart, he also knew that the powerful air current that had injured him was actually the air current that they had used to attack Feng Jiu. However, for some reason, their attack had been reflected back at them, causing them to be seriously injured. What kind of treasure is that? How could it reflect their attacks? He muttered. He couldn't understand. How could there be such a powerful treasure in the lower immortal realm? And it had been obtained by Feng Jiu. Thinking of the other 3 who had also suffered from the same backlash, he thought for a while, then got up and walked out of the room. Right now, he was afraid that he could not go into seclusion to regulate his breathing and heal his injuries. This attack had injured them too severely. Even if they had taken medicinal pills to recuperate for 2 days, they could only get out of bed and walk around. If they were to really use their chi to attack, it was impossible for them to do so in their current physical condition, especially when he had just checked that he only had 30% of his strength left. If Feng Jiu were to attack him at this time, he would definitely die. Therefore, while Feng Jiu had just ascended, he had to do something to obstruct her so that she would not have the chance to seek revenge. Therefore, after leaving the room, he ordered someone to send a message to the immortal monarchs, immortal elders, and monarchs in the area under his control, asking them to deal with the newly ascended Great Emperor. At the same time, he personally sent a message to the other 3 Great Emperors, informing them of his plans. At the same time, he also asked them to make preparations to unite the sovereigns and immortal monarchs under his jurisdiction to launch a crusade against Feng Jiu. After all, with the strength of the sovereigns, it was impossible to deal with the newly ascended Great Emperor Feng Jiu. If they were asked to deal with him, it was very likely that they would retreat because they had a fight. Therefore, he planned to let the sovereigns and the various sects and clans under the jurisdiction of the 4 great emperors work together to cut off the resources in the area under Feng Jiu's jurisdiction. Almost as soon as he gave the order, the sovereigns anxiously called for a meeting to discuss this matter. At the same time, Emo Chun, who had received the news from the sovereign below, only smiled and told them not to get involved in this matter. After instructing the Immortal Mansion's immortal maidservant to guard the Immortal Mansion, he flicked his sleeves and flew out of the Immortal Island alone into the clouds. Chapter 48:17. If it was in the past, it would take at least 2 days to travel from the Immortal Island he belonged to the Immortal Island on the other side of the sky. After becoming the great emperors of this world, they had many immortal bodies, and one of them was called shrinking Earth into inches. It took him half a day to arrive at Feng Jiu's floating island in the sky. He stood in the clouds and looked at the immortal island in front of him, which was covered in clouds. He could faintly see the corner of the magnificent palace and the faintly discernible mountain peak. He walked closer to take a look. As expected, there was a barrier around the immortal island. He smiled faintly and went around to the main entrance. When he arrived at the entrance, he called out, "Agio, it's me." His voice was slow and gentle, but it contained a strong aura of spiritual power. It clearly passed through the clouds and the barrier and entered Feng Jiu's ears. Hearing Mo Chen's voice, Feng Jiu's eyes lit up. She immediately got up and walked outside. Because it was Mo Chen, she personally went to the entrance and opened the barrier to invite him in. Mo Chen, why are you here? Feng Jiu looked at him, who was dressed in white and looked like an immortal, and asked with a smile. Mo Chen walked in and followed her for a while. Only then did she get a good look at the interior of the building. With a gentle smile on his face, he said softly, "I should have come to congratulate you 2 days ago when you ascended. However, I thought that since you just ascended, there would be many people congratulating you, so I postponed it for 2 days." As he spoke, he paused and looked at her, saying, "I see that your place is even bigger than my immortal island, and the environment is very charming." His gaze fell on a rainbow bridge that spanned the entire immortal island not far away, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. that rainbow bridge didn't disappear? Hearing his words, Fengjiu chuckled and said, that rainbow bridge won't disappear. It can be walked on. It appeared after you ascended. As she spoke, she strolled with him and said, since the completion of my immortal abode, you are the only guest who has come. I really haven't seen anyone else. Oh. Imochen raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Do you know the reason? Yes, it's the doing of the 4 great emperors, she said slowly, looking at the road ahead. Walking slowly, she said carelessly, the 4 great emperors joined forces to deal with me. They even reached their hands into my territory and threatened the sovereigns and sects under my jurisdiction. They are probably afraid of the 4 great emperors. After all, they are authoritative figures in the upper immortal realm. How much do they know about a newly ascended great emperor like me? Imo-chan smiled when she heard this, and she said, I figured that since you've just ascended into the immortal realm, you wouldn't know much about the exalted immortal realm. So, besides bringing you news, I've also come to tell you the information I've gathered over the past year. The 2 of them walked to a pavilion and sat down. 2 immortal servants served tea and left, quietly waiting at a place far away. What news did you bring me? Fengjiu asked as she took a sip of tea. I've received news that the 4 great emperors have given the order to cut off the supply of resources to the area under your jurisdiction. They will probably use other methods to suppress and deal with you in the future. As Imo-chan spoke, she picked up the tea in front of her and took a sip. Chapter 48:18. Imo-chan smiled when he saw that she was not worried at all. Aren't you worried? Worried? What's there to be worried about? Fengjiu replied casually as she played with the teacup in her hand. Currently, none of my subordinates have come looking for me. Naturally, I haven't received any news about this. I'm not in a hurry. Let's wait until they can't hold it in any longer and come looking for me. Furthermore, since they don't respect me, I naturally have to teach them a lesson, don't I? Imochen shook his head and chuckled when he heard this. This was indeed her character. Since she was not worried, she would naturally have a solution. Therefore, he did not continue on this topic. Instead, he asked, how are you going to deal with the 4 sovereigns? Fengjiu played with the teacup as the corners of her lips curled up into a smile. However, her eyes were cold, and there was even a cold glint in them. The 4 of them have suffered heavy injuries. It's impossible for them to recover in a short period of time. Now that I've just ascended, I'm not familiar with this world yet. Therefore, I'll let them live for a few more days. Sooner or later, I'll settle this score with the 4 of them. Now that the 4 of them have been injured by their own strength, they would definitely go into closed-door cultivation because they were worried that she would come looking for them. Even if she went looking for them, they might not necessarily be hiding in their immortal abodes. Therefore, it was better to put this matter aside and deal with the matter at hand first. Furthermore, she needed to understand what kind of existence the forces in the upper immortal realm were. It's right that you didn't make a sudden move. The 4 great emperors have existed for too long. Their forces are definitely not as simple as they appear on the surface. Furthermore, some of the other great emperors have friendly relations with them. Furthermore, even if you went looking for them, I'm afraid they wouldn't be in their immortal abodes. Imochen glanced at her as he spoke. He then took out some information from the space and handed it to her. This is some information that I've collected over the past year. Before we ascended, there were already 10 great emperors on this list. However, some of them are in seclusion and don't appear easily. Therefore, the information we can get is limited. Fengjiu took the information and flipped through it. She smiled and said, "Thank you. This information is very useful to me." Imo-chan smiled and said, "The 4 great emperors who want to deal with you are full of ambition. According to what I know, they're afraid of the prophecy about you becoming the Lord of the heavens and earth, so they want to deal with you. As for the others, they've been in seclusion for many years." Hearing his words, Fengjiu didn't mind at first. Instead, she flipped through the information in the book. However, when she heard that he had taken in 3 disciples, her hand that was flipping through the information stopped. She raised her head and looked at Imo-chan, waiting for him to finish speaking. After he finished, she couldn't help but smile and said, "Now that you mention it, I know who you're talking about." Chapter 48:19. Fengjiu chuckled and said, "Yes, I know him. I even know his 3 disciples." Looking at her expression and the smile on her face, a thought flashed across his mind. He said in surprise, "Could it be her 3 children?" Fengjiu nodded and smiled. "It's a long story, but it's definitely them." Seeing this, Emotion smiled. "I know." How perceptive was he? As long as she said it, he would naturally be able to guess. He just did not know how she knew the Qing Emperor. How did the 3 children become the Qing Emperor's disciples? "That's right. I have something to ask you," Emo-chan said. "What is it?" Fengjiu looked at him and asked, "On the day of your immortal ascension, where did the treasure that injured the 4 great emperors come from? What kind of treasure is it? How could it be so powerful? After all, they were so far away. Moreover, what kind of people were the 4 great emperors? To think that such a person could be injured, and in such an unguarded situation at that." Fengjiu did not expect him to ask about this. After being stunned for a moment, she chuckled. "It's a mirror. However, it's not an ordinary mirror. Many years ago, when I was there, she told him in detail about how the monkey lured her to the cave and how she obtained a mirror that could open a passage to another world." After hearing her words, Emo-chan was slightly surprised. "You obtained it like that? I didn't expect it to be such an incredible treasure. I'm afraid it's not an ordinary item. Actually, I didn't expect it to be so effective either. Unfortunately, the mirror shattered after reflecting the 4 great emperors' attacks. When I ascended, I saw that it had already been shattered into pieces," she said with some pity. "Fortunately, you had that treasure with you back then. Otherwise, you might not have been able to endure the attacks of the 4 great emperors." Emotion shook her head and said slowly, "I can only say that all of this was predestined. Now that I've successfully ascended, but Emo-ze." She sighed softly. Thinking about Emo-ze, who was still in the spirit sea of the East Sea, her heart felt heavy. She did not know when he would wake up. Who knew when he would ascend? She could only hope that the power of the green lotus she had given him at that time would be of help to him. Hearing her mention Emo-ze, Emo-chan was reminded of his master. Therefore, his expression softened as he said, "Don't worry. Heaven helps the worthy. What's more, my master risked his life to give him a chance to live, so he won't die so easily. It's only a matter of time before he wakes up and ascends. One day, he will come here to reunite with you." "Yes," Fengjiu replied, then looked at Emo-chan and said, "I'm sorry. Because of Emo-ze, your master lost his life." Emo-chan shook his head and said, "Everything is fated. Moreover, my master has already seen through life and death. Every decision he makes must have his reasons." Actually, there was one more thing that he did not tell her. Because his master had revealed too many secrets of heaven, his lifespan had been reduced, and he was fated to face this calamity. He could not blame anyone for this. The 2 of them chatted in the pavilion. Emo-chan told Fengjiu about the immortal realm in detail, helping her understand everything about the immortal realm in the shortest time possible. At the bottom of the spirit sea of the East Sea, an endless stream of spiritual energy was madly surging into the boundary. Everything was absorbed into the body of the sleeping Xinyuan Mos. Chapter 48:20. Guemo and Wei Feng were guarding the Eastern Sea. When they saw the storm on the surface of the sea sweep up, they couldn't help but exchange glances with each other, and then they raised their energy and flew out of the flying ship to arrive on the surface of the sea to take a look. The aura of spirit energy is surging violently at the bottom of the sea. Could it be that the Yama Lord? Wei Feng looked at Guemo with a trace of surprise on his face. His divine sense spread out and noticed that the spirit energy at the bottom of the sea was surging violently toward a certain place. Yet he was unable to detect where the Yama Lord was. It was probably the barrier that their master had set up that blocked the detection of his divine sense. Guemo pondered and said, "Master said that the Yama Lord might wake up, but it shouldn't be now. According to what Master said, the Yama Lord probably won't wake up until 3 to 5 years later. The fluctuations in the sea today are probably a sign that the Yama Lord's condition is gradually improving." Wei Feng said, "Since it's like that, Then let's observe for 2 days and see what exactly is going on. Okay, Guillemot responded. Seeing that there were no other strange phenomena on the surface of the sea other than the waves and the surging of spiritual energy, the two of them headed towards the flying ship first. I wonder how Master is after ascending. Did she encounter any trouble? Wei Feng couldn't help but look towards the sky as he spoke. Because of Master's ascension, even their communication jade with Master had been cut off. Even if they wanted to know about Master, they had no way of finding out. Don't worry. Even if Master goes to the celestial world alone, she'll definitely take good care of herself. Even if she encounters trouble with Master's ability and methods, could it be that you're worried that she won't be able to deal with it? Guillemot revealed a wisp of a smile and said, "We only need to properly carry out the task of guarding Master here. Master said that she'll definitely return." Right. Didn't I hear from Du Fan that Hui Lang and Ying Yi are coming over? Why haven't they arrived yet? Wei Feng asked as he recalled the two people he hadn't seen for a long time. It's not like you don't know that ever since the Yama Lord's accident, the two of them have taken over the Yama Lord's work. In addition, the world under the Yama Lord is in turmoil because of the Yama Lord situation. With so many things requiring their attention, how can they possibly leave? Guillemot descended onto the flying ship and called 2 Phoenix guards to patrol the surface of the sea, whereas he and Wei Feng walked to the small table at the bow of the ship and sat down. He said they weren't even able to rush over when Master ascended, so it's obvious how busy they are. Wei Feng nodded. After he sat down, he poured 2 cups of wine and said, "Right, with the Yama Lord's current situation and Master isn't here, if they don't keep an eye on it, then it'll probably fall into chaos." The two of them had a few drinks on the spaceship and chatted. Time passed unknowingly the celestial world. After Fengjiu sent off Mo Chun, he instructed Fire Phoenix, Senior White, and the other contracted beast to guard the celestial world while he left with Tunyan. He intended to take a stroll in the territory she was in charge of. Dressed in red, she was as dazzling as the sun. Even if she restrained her pressure and cultivation, her outstanding temperament and peerless elegance still attracted the attention of everyone wherever she went. Chapter 48:21. However, the people here were afraid of the 4 great emperors. On the day of her ascension, not a single sovereign or immortal elder came to the island to congratulate her. Even though she did not take those people seriously, she could not allow them to look down on her. Today, she left her residence to take a look at her territory. Secondly, she wanted to see how they would deal with the problem of cutting off their supply of resources. Furthermore, there were too few people in her immortal residence, especially a lack of kitchen maids. Therefore, she wanted to bring a few people back with her. However, not long after she entered the city, she heard a commotion in front of her as she walked on the street. What's going on? Why did the price of the spiritual rice increase so much? This is not normal. A middle-aged man who looked like a housekeeper said. He frowned and shouted, "It's not the first time our Gua family has dealt with you. The price of the spiritual rice has increased so much. You should give us an explanation." "Housekeeper Gua, the price of the spiritual rice is not up to us. It's my master. We have no choice." The shopkeeper in the shop sighed helplessly. Could it be that what I heard is true? A cultivator next to him said in surprise. "What is true?" Someone next to him asked. "Don't you know? I heard a rogue cultivator friend say that someone above gave the order to cut off the supply of resources in our territory. I'm afraid that not long after, the price of the spiritual rice will not only increase, but it will also be difficult to find a single grain." The cultivator said with a serious expression. "This can't be." Someone next to him said in shock. "Why can't it be? It's not like you don't know that not long ago, our territory was divided under the jurisdiction of the newly ascended Great Emperor. It's said that the newly ascended Great Emperor is a woman who ascended from the lower immortal world. Think about it. How can a woman who ascended from the lower immortal world compete with the other great emperors?" The cultivator said. Seeing that everyone was listening curiously, he continued, "Moreover, it is said that this empress has a grudge with the other 4 great emperors. That's why such a thing happened. There's one more thing you must not know. I heard that other places are wantonly absorbing powerful families. I'm afraid that in a few years, there won't be many powerful people left in the territory under our Empress's jurisdiction. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you bewitch people here? A delicate voice suddenly shouted, giving everyone a fright. The cultivator who spoke was even more shocked. He instinctively took a few steps back and looked for the voice. He found that it was a little girl of about 5 years old. She gave me a fright. So, it's a little girl. The cultivator exhaled softly and calmed down. He looked at her from the corner of his eye and said coldly, "Little girl, you're quite imposing. But didn't your parents teach you not to be rude to your elders? Also, you're not bewitching people. You're just bewitching people with your lies." Chapter 48:22. In an inconspicuous corner, Feng Jiu was leaning against the wall. When he saw this scene and the little girl, he couldn't help but reveal a smile. Her smile was like a blossoming flower, like a spring breeze, and like a feather gently brushing across one's heart, causing those who were secretly looking at her to be involuntarily stunned. They foolishly stared at that beautiful face and that enchanting smile that bloomed at the corner of the beauty's lips. How could there be such a beauty in this world? Every frown and smile of hers could move one's heart and soul. Her eyes were even more enchanting, causing people to be uncontrollably captivated by her peerlessly beautiful face. That little girl, you need to be taught a lesson. The cultivator's face turned slightly red. He wanted to take a step forward to scare her, but he was stopped by someone next to him. "I say, it's best if you don't touch her. This is the Shu family's most favored young miss." Steward Gua glanced at the cultivator and said, "If she loses a single hair, you won't be able to leave this city alive." The cultivator's heart shook when he heard this. He quickly stopped and his face turned pale. "Oof. When I go back, I'm going to tell grandfather that you're trying to confuse people with your lies. Our family won't casually move. Our family has lived here for generations. We won't move." The little girl's tender voice had the softness of a little girl and was very pleasing to the ear. Because the cultivator knew that this little girl was the young miss of the Shu clan, he didn't dare to say anything more. Instead, he said, "I won't bicker with a little girl like you." With that, he flicked his sleeve and left the crowd. "Hee, 11th young miss, do you still remember me?" Steward Gul walked up with a smile and asked, "Why are you here alone? Your entourage?" "I remember. Your big sister was steward." The little girl smiled and 2 sweet little dimples appeared on her little face. Her voice was soft as she said, "I came out with my second brother, but he saw Big Sister Gua and couldn't move, so I snuck away." Hearing this, Steward Gua was startled and asked, "You're my young miss?" "Yes." The little girl nodded and pointed behind her. "They're picking things from the treasure shop over there." Hearing this, Steward Gua quickly said, "Why don't 11th young miss come with us? It's not safe for you to be alone." "Hee, it's very safe. My second brother often says that I look very safe. Also, many people in the city know me, so no one will hit me," she said with a smile. Feng Jiu, who was in the corner, couldn't help but burst out laughing when she heard her words. Perhaps because she heard the laughter, the little girl's chubby and cute little face wrinkled as she asked, "Who's laughing at me?" She followed the voice and saw Feng Jiu, who was dressed in red, leaning against the corner of the wall. "Wow!" Her eyes widened, and her long eyelashes fluttered as she stared at Feng Jiu. At this time, the surrounding people also noticed the beautiful woman in red at the corner of the wall. For a moment, they were all stunned. Chapter 48:23. However, they had never seen someone like this woman who had the essence of heaven and earth. Not only was she beautiful, but her aura was also outstanding. Especially with her red dress, it was hard for people to take their eyes off her. There were thousands of beauties, but each had a different style. Even though they had seen many beauties in the cultivation world, they had to admit that the beauty of this woman in red was above all the beauties in the world. She was like a bright moon in the sky. When others were around her, no matter how dazzling they were, they could only shine like stars. When Feng Jiu saw that everyone was staring at her, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, and the smile on her lips disappeared. She glanced at the cute little girl with baby fat and smiled at her, then turned to leave. seeing the little girl. She couldn't help thinking of her daughter, Yu, who was also so cute. However, she hadn't seen them for a long time. She didn't know if they were used to following Emperor Qing. How much taller had they grown now? She wanted to see them, but she suppressed this idea as soon as it arose. Now was not the right time, she thought as she walked. After walking for a distance, she suddenly stopped and looked at the little girl beside her. She stopped when she stopped and looked at the little girl who was looking up at her with her chubby little face. "Little girl, why are you following me?" Fengjiu raised her eyebrows and asked. "Hee, sister, you are so beautiful. This is the first time Exen has met someone as beautiful as you." She smiled sweetly, and with her smile, 2 cute little dimples appeared on her round little face. Without waiting for Fengjiu to speak, she moved closer to Fengjiu with small steps. She was so close that she was almost beside Fengjiu. Fengjiu looked at her, raised her eyebrows, and didn't say anything. She wanted to see what she wanted to do. "My grandfather said that near ink is black, near vermilion will become red. And if I get closer to you, will I become like you?" Her soft words were naive, and Fengjiu couldn't help laughing. What kind of family was the Shu family? How did they teach such a strange and cute little girl? Fengjiu smiled, squatted down, and said, "Me, I'm old enough to be your mother, so you can't call me sister, but you can call me aunt. Also, even if you follow me and get close to me, you won't become like me. However, you're already very good like this. You're very cute and very lucky." She reached out and gently pinched the little girl's chubby little face and chuckled. "You are still young now. When you grow up, you will slowly become more beautiful." The little girl rolled her eyes and looked down at the hand that was pinching her little face. She blinked and asked, "Then, beautiful aunt, when Exa grows up in the future, will I become like beautiful aunt?" "You Fengjiu's little girl, Fengjiu's eyes. You'll look like your father and mother." She fun the little girl, her little, in the next moment, her little frown, her little girl, and then actually her head raised her head. "Wah, ha, woo woo. I don't want to be like my father. Woo woo. I don't want to." Chapter 48:24. All right. Don't cry anymore. You won't look good if you keep crying." She hurriedly coaxed him, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Hearing that he wouldn't look good if he kept crying, the little one hurriedly stopped and wiped away his tears. He looked at her pitifully and asked curiously, "Beautiful aunt, do you have children? Are your children the same? Are they very good-looking?" Hearing this, Fengjiu smiled. Thinking of her 2 little darlings, her gaze softened. "Yes, they're a little older than you. They're twins and look exactly the same. They're both very good-looking." "Wow, they look exactly the same? What do they look like?" she exclaimed curiously. "Hexen has never seen 2 people who look exactly the same." Fengjiu smiled and rubbed her hair, saying, "All right, you should go back quickly. Don't let your family worry." "Beautiful aunt, can you send me home? I'll ask my grandfather to treat you to a meal." She looked up at her face full of hope. Fengjiu wanted to refuse, but seeing this little one looking at her expectantly, and the person who was called Butler was following behind, she thought for a moment, then said, "I'll send you back. I'll leave after you get home." "Hee, beautiful aunt, come with me. I'll take you home." She automatically ignored the last sentence and held Fengjiu's hand as they walked, saying, "I live in a big courtyard with my grandfather. Usually, only my brothers come to the courtyard to play with me. Let me tell you, my grandfather is very powerful. He knows everything. He even knows how to make grasshoppers from grass for me." Fengjiu listened quietly, a smile on her lips. Hearing her mention her grandfather, she also thought of her grandfather. Now that she had ascended to this place alone, she might not be able to see them for a long time in the future. Although she was reluctant to part with them, she knew that they were all well, and that was enough. At the same time, the Shu residence's guards hurried over and found their family's 2nd young master in the shop. "2nd young master, go back quickly. Something happened at home." 2nd young master, Shu, had just bought a jade hairpin for his sweetheart and was chatting with her. When he heard the guard's anxious words, he couldn't help but be startled, asking, "What happened at home?" "Someone came to seek revenge, and there are quite a few strong cultivators." Second young master, bring little miss back quickly. As the guard spoke, he looked around but couldn't see the little figure. He couldn't help but ask, Second young master, where's little miss? That was the pearl in the hands of the Shu family's masters. Xin, isn't Xin here? He was shocked. Only now did he remember his little sister. He looked around, but he didn't see the little girl's figure. His handsome face was full of anxiety. She was here just now. How did she disappear? The Guo family's fourth young mistress said as she turned to the servants beside her, Hurry up and help me find Xin. Young miss, second young master. Housekeeper Guo walked in and said, I saw 11th young miss on the street just now. She left with a lady in red. I was worried that 11th young miss would be in danger, so I followed her for a while. Later, I saw little miss leading that lady to the Shu residence, so I came to fetch my young miss. Chapter 48:25. On the other side, Feng Jiu was sending the little girl home. She originally planned to leave after sending her home, but who knew that the little girl would cry and beg her to go in. Helpless, she could only follow her into the courtyard. Listening to the little girl's incessant chatter along the way, she knew that this courtyard was still quite a distance away from the main courtyard. This was also the place where the old master of the Shu family usually lived, so it was relatively quiet. Where's my grandfather? The little girl looked around but didn't see her grandfather's figure, so she grabbed a servant girl and asked. Replying to 11th young miss, third elder just came to ask the old master to go to the front. He just left not long ago. As the servant girl spoke, she lowered her head, not daring to look at the beautiful woman in red, then asked the small kitchen to make some delicious food for us and send it to the pavilion. She spoke with the appearance of a little adult, dutifully playing the role of a little host to entertain guests. Yes, the servant girl replied, then retreated. Feng Jiu sat in the pavilion, one hand supporting her cheek as she watched. She felt that although this little girl was young, she was quite good at doing things. It was just that sometimes she would say some idioms wrongly. However, at her age, she was already considered good because she had the innocence and kindness of a child, but also the aura of a noble family's daughter. The people in the small kitchen worked very quickly, and in about half an instant's time, the dishes were served one after another. The two of them, one adult and one child, ate in this quiet and secluded courtyard, very satisfied. Beautiful aunt, I like to eat this dish the most. It's so delicious. The little girl picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it in her mouth. She ate with a satisfied expression and even recommended Feng Jiu to eat. Feng Jiu didn't stand on ceremony and tried a bit of each dish. Although these dishes were quite delicious, her mouth had long been spoiled by the previous cook. She felt that no matter how delicious these dishes were, they couldn't compare to the dishes made by the previous cook. Thus, after eating a bit, she put down her chopsticks. However, just as Feng Jiu got up and walked around to help with digestion, she suddenly felt a wave of fluctuation in the air. Her brows raised slightly, and she released her divine sense to investigate. At this moment, in front of the main gate of the Shu clan, corpses were strewn all over the ground. Fresh blood flowed out, and the smell of blood permeated the air. As they fought, a powerful qi filled the air. The members of the Shu clan were covered in wounds of various sizes. Standing at the front of the Shu clan's gate were the Shu clan's patriarch and the Shu clan's patriarch. At this moment, the Shu clan's patriarch's hand that was holding the sword was bleeding. There was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped away. Old Master Shu wasn't injured, but his face was pale, as if he was enduring something. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Father! Old Master! Grandfather! Cries of alarm rang out. Old Master Shu raised his hand, indicating that they didn't need to worry. After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he looked at the people in front of him and asked in a deep voice, What do you want before you'll stop? Stop? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 48:26. Hearing this, the faces of the Shu family members turned ugly. Especially at this time, an elder stepped forward and whispered into the ears of Patriarch Shu and Patriarch Shu. When the aristocratic families in the city heard that we were in trouble, they all said that their ancestors were either absent or in closed-door cultivation and were unwilling to help. Hearing this, the two of them felt their hearts sink. There were only 4 people on the other side, but they were all extremely strong cultivators. With the Shu family's strength, they might be able to fight 1 or 2 of them, but against 4, they had no chance of winning. At this moment, in the rear courtyard, after Feng Zhou's divine sense probed the situation in front, she turned to look at the little girl who was still lying on the table and eating meat. She couldn't help but shake her head and reveal a helpless smile. How did she end up encountering the Shu family's troubles the moment she stepped out of the door and into the Shu family's residence? She clasped her hands behind her back and walked around the courtyard. Looking at the fresh flowers planted in the courtyard, she reached out to pluck one and played with it. Enchanting, she called out to the little girl in the pavilion. Beautiful aunt, what's the matter? Hearing Feng Zhou call her, she quickly put down her chopsticks and took a big gulp of the soup in her bowl. Only then did she jog over. Feng Zhou glanced at her and smiled. I have a contracted beast. My child used to love riding it everywhere. Do you want to ride it? Can I? Hearing this, her eyes couldn't help but light up. 2 cute little dimples appeared on her round little face. She nodded vigorously. Beautiful aunt, I want to ride it. I want to ride it. Feng Zhou's lips curved slightly. He raised his hand, and the cloud-swallowing beast appeared in front of her. When the cloud-swallowing beast came out, it glanced at its master and knew what she meant. It lowered its body so that the little girl could climb onto its back. Wow, what a big beast! The little girl wasn't afraid and excitedly climbed onto the beast's back with her short legs. It's called a cloud-swallowing beast, Feng Zhou said with a smile. Cloud-swallowing beast? Does it eat clouds? She stroked Tun Yun's fur curiously. When she saw how docile and obedient it was, she could not help but feel emboldened. She clamped her legs together and swallowed Tun Yun's fur with both hands. She said to Feng Zhou, Beautiful auntie, I'll send it to Grandpa to take a look. Grandpa will definitely be shocked. Feng Zhou smiled as he watched her smile happily and ride away on Tun Yun. He played with the flowers in his hand and strolled around the courtyard with light steps to aid digestion. Along the way, the maidservants and guards who saw the cloud-swallowing beast were startled. The maidservant shouted for the carriage to go forward. However, she was stopped before she reached the front yard. Enchanting, where did this beast come from? Why are you riding it? Come down quickly. When a man in his 30s saw the ferocious beast his niece was riding, his face turned pale. He wanted to go forward, but he didn't dare to. Second uncle, where's Grandpa? I rode it to show Grandpa. The little girl didn't understand his fear and continued to talk to him with a smile. Your grandpa and the others are in front of the gate. Something happened at home. Someone came to seek revenge, and many people were killed or injured. You should go back quickly. It's not safe in front. The man wanted to go forward, but he saw the beast glance at him. He couldn't help but freeze in place, unable to move. Chapter 48:27. It wasn't here to let the little girl ride it for fun. Instead, its master had sent it to the front to solve the problem. It didn't have time to hang around here. Seeing the beast stride forward, the man broke out in a cold sweat. He raised his hand to wipe his sweat and muttered, Where did this beast come from? Why is it so scary with just one look? Also, the aura on that beast could I have seen wrongly? He was a little dizzy. After taking a deep breath, he hurriedly chased after it. The little girl rode Tun Yun to the front. Because she was sitting on Tun Yun's back, she could see the scene in front of her from a distance. Coincidentally, she saw that her grandfather was fighting with 2 people. One of them was about to launch a sneak attack from behind. The wind from his palm condensed a strong pressure. Seeing that it was about to land on her grandfather's back, she shouted in shock. Grandfather! Tun Yun leaped forward and flung the little girl sitting on its back. At the same time, it shouted, Catch her! When a man who rushed overheard Tun Yun's words and saw his little niece being flung over, he instinctively reached out to catch her. When he hugged his little niece in his arms, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, thank goodness. You're not hurt, right? Woo, second master, someone hit grandfather. The little girl's eyes turned red and she started crying. Roar! Almost at that moment, the beast-swallowing cloud let out a roar. That roar carried the pressure of a sacred beast as well as a powerful aura. Almost at the same time, the three people who were fighting were startled and instinctively looked towards the direction where the roar came from. What they saw was an awe-inspiring, sacred beast pouncing towards them. Its aura was ferocious, and it carried with it a shocking, bloodthirsty, killing intent. In just a split second, the arm of the person who was about to attack Old Master Shu was torn off by Swallowing Cloud. Hiss! Ah! The sound of a gasp was heard, followed by a blood-curdling scream. That scream instantly reached the clouds and reverberated in the sky. Those who heard it couldn't help but shiver. Old Master Shu didn't react. He only stared with wide eyes at the sacred beast that came out of nowhere and tore off the immortal monarch's arm. At the same time, he was sent flying in the direction of the main door. His son and the rest supported him. Sacred, sacred beast. Their voices were filled with unconcealable astonishment and disbelief. Obviously, none of them had expected that a sacred beast would suddenly appear in the Shu clan. Furthermore, this sacred beast's battle prowess was so strong. Almost at that instant, other than the immortal monarch whose arm had been torn off, who couldn't dodge in time, the other three quickly retreated. However, the immortal monarch whose arm had been torn off wasn't so lucky. He couldn't dodge in time and was bitten by Tunyon. Tunyon then slammed him to the ground. Tunyon stomped on his body, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Faintly, it was as if his inner core had shattered into pieces at this moment, producing a slight cracking sound. Save me, that person lay on the ground and looked in the direction of the other three people. As he spoke, blood flowed out of his mouth. Hiss. Chapter 48:28. Forget about the powerful cultivators. Even the people from the Shu family were shocked by the sudden appearance of the sacred beast. The Shu family did not have a sacred beast. So where had this sacred beast come from? Tunyon stepped on the man who had fallen to the ground. His bloodthirsty eyes stared at the three people who had been stunned in front of him. A low and vicious voice sounded from his mouth. If you want to be impudent, you should know whose territory this is. Get lost. As soon as it finished speaking, it kicked the person on the ground in the direction of the three people. The three people instinctively stretched out their hands to catch the person who was spitting out blood. One of them helped the person to the two people next to him, then looked at Tunyon, suppressing the fear in his heart, and asked, "Whose contracted beast are you? Who is your master?" Tunyon did not answer his question. Instead, it let out a furious roar. It lowered its body and charged forward, pouncing towards them. Its sharp claws drew a few streaks of sharp air currents in the air. Its ferocious aura shocked them so much that they did not dare to stay any longer. They hurriedly fled. They escaped just like that? The crowd stared in shock at the few people who had escaped. For a moment, they could not help but stare blankly. It was only until a young and anxious voice rang out that everyone regained their senses. "Grandfather, grandfather, how are you? Are you hurt?" The little girl squeezed her way to the front from the back, tugging on his sleeve and looking at him worriedly with her round little face. "Grandfather is fine." Old Master Shu patted her little hand, and then looked towards the sacred beast. He cupped his hands and bowed. "Thank you for saving me, but I don't know who your esteemed master is." Tunyon walked over, glanced at the little girl, then walked into the Shu family residence. When the crowd saw this, they could not help but be stunned. "Grandfather, that is the beautiful ant's contracted beast," the little girl said, enunciating clearly. "I brought the beautiful ant back from the streets. I invited her to our house for a meal. She let me ride that beast for fun, so she came here." "Father, let's go in first," family head Shu said. Hearing this, the old man nodded and led his granddaughter inside. The people behind him quickly cleaned up the corpses in front of the door and walked inside. When they arrived inside, they were not in a hurry to go to the backyard. Instead, they first let Shu Xian explain what had happened. Only then did the old master and the patriarch bring Shu Xian along to express their gratitude. When they arrived at the courtyard, they searched everywhere, but the red-clothed woman that Shu Xian mentioned was nowhere to be found. "Where did he go? He was clearly here just a moment ago," the little girl said anxiously. "Greetings, patriarch." A maidservant stepped forward and bowed. The young lady from before has already left. Hearing this, they could not help being stunned. Left? He saved their Shu family and actually left just like that? What kind of person was he? Beautiful Annie left? Why did Auntie Beauty leave? The little girl was anxious. She turned around to look at her grandfather and asked, "Grandpa, what should we do if beautiful Annie leaves?" "Father, who do you think the person who saved us is?" Clan Master Shu asked. Chapter 48:29. Little Shu Xian looked at her grandfather in confusion. There were some things that she couldn't understand, and didn't know. But she only knew that the beautiful Annie she brought home for dinner today was very powerful. Her contracted beast saved her grandfather and saved the Shu family. At this moment, Feng Jiu, who had left the Shu family, was strolling in a shop. She had only entered the Shu family by chance. For the sake of that little girl, she had conveniently resolved their family's crisis. Since she had eaten and the crisis had been resolved, there was no need for her to stay there and wait for them to thank her. "Shopkeeper, do you have any good kitchen knives here?" A girl's delicate voice was heard. Feng Jiu, who was looking at things in front of the counter, couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and look over. She saw a 16 or 17-year-old girl walk in. She was wearing a neat green dress and had 2 braids. She wasn't stunningly beautiful, but her facial features were well-defined, and she was very youthful and pretty. "Hey, miss, how can we have kitchen knives here?" "The knives we sell here are all of the best quality. They are for self-defense, not for cutting vegetables," the shopkeeper said with a smile. "I don't want an ordinary kitchen knife. I want something of better quality, the kind that won't be chipped even if I cut the bones of a spirit cow." As the woman spoke, she walked forward and said, "Where are your knives? Let me see for myself." "All right, see if there are any suitable ones." "They're here." The shopkeeper smiled and brought her to the place where the knives were. When Feng Jiu heard this, she found it interesting, so she also watched from the side. Seeing the young girl pick and choose and finally buy 2 small knives, she asked, "Shopkeeper, are there any weapon refiners in the city?" "Miss, there are, but they only refine weapons and don't know how to refine kitchen knives." The shopkeeper smiled and said, "Miss, I'll wrap these 2 small knives for you." "No need." As the girl spoke, she took out a rectangular box and placed the 2 newly bought knives in 2 empty spaces. Feng Jiu glanced at it and saw that there were all kinds of knives and cooking utensils inside. Seeing that she had everything, her eyes flashed and a smile appeared on her lips. "Miss, you like to cook?" The girl turned around as if she had just seen such a beauty. She blinked and stared at Feng Jiu for a while before exclaiming, "So beautiful! Which family's young miss are you? Why are you so beautiful? I didn't see you just now." Hearing that, Feng Jiu smiled lightly. "Do you like to cook? How are your culinary skills?" "I like to cook. My culinary skills in my family, but in my family's family, but outside, I haven't met anyone who can cook better than me," she said with a smile. Her face was full of confidence and pride. "Oh, Feng Jiu, T-test not know how to cook. T-test Feng Jiu's." Chapter 48:30. Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. There's such an aristocratic family? I've never heard of it. She had just ascended, and the information that Mo Chan had given her was only about powerful people. Indeed, she had never heard of such an aristocratic family before. At this time, the shopkeeper at the side couldn't help but come over and said, "I know Chef God's song. He is indeed a person who relies on cooking to improve his cultivation. His dishes are all made from rare spirit beasts. The meat of spirit beasts can strengthen the aura of spiritual energy in the body, but the dishes made by Chef God's song will be more than 10 times more effective. It is said that his most famous dish is the medicinal cuisine that he developed. It is a delicacy that can cure diseases and is difficult to buy even with money." As he spoke, the shopkeeper looked at the young lady in green and exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be from the Song family. My apologies for not recognizing you. How is it? Amazing, right?" The young lady raised her chin, her face full of pride. Feng Jiu thought for a while and said, "I didn't expect such a chef to exist. I'm really ignorant." She smiled and had an idea. She was looking for a chef. If there really was such a chef, she had to invite him to her immortal abode. I didn't expect it. She's actually from Chef Godsong's family. A man's voice sounded. A man in brocade robes walked in with his hands behind his back. Behind him were a few guards and a middle-aged man. At first, the man in brocade robes looked at the young lady, but he didn't expect to see a beauty in red. This young lady is. The man's eyes were filled with amazement, and he couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. Fengjiu didn't say anything. She only glanced at the man indifferently and looked away. Elder sister, let me treat you to a meal. I just bought 2 knives, and I can try them out. The young lady in green said, and looked at Fengjiu. Fengjiu, who had just been treated to a meal, couldn't help but smile when she heard that she was being treated again. However, she didn't refuse and replied, "Okay, let's go." The young lady in green said, and was about to walk forward. Don't be in such a hurry to leave." The man in embroidered clothes reached out to stop her and said, "I've heard that Master Chef Song's family has good culinary skills. It's rare to meet a lady here. Why don't you follow me home?" "TSK, do you think I'm someone you can invite?" The girl in green sneered and raised her foot to kick the man in embroidered clothes. A good dog doesn't block the way. The moment she made her move, the man quickly dodged and retreated. His face darkened, and he immediately ordered, "Capture her for this young master. Elder sister, back off." The girl in green pushed Fengjiu aside and took out a frying pan from her space. She then smacked the 2 guards on the head. Fengjiu retreated and watched from the side. When he saw the young girl use a frying pan, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. When he saw that her attacks were inexplicably strange, he couldn't help but concentrate. After carefully observing for a while, a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. He didn't see wrongly. This young girl's attacks were clearly the movements of frying vegetables and cutting meat. Looking at her posture, it was as if she was going to deal with the 2 guards as if they were her dishes. Chapter 48:31. Their clothes were torn to shreds, and the 2 guards were left with only a pair of underwear with several holes. Their faces immediately turned red, and their hands instinctively covered the area between their legs. At the same time, they quickly retreated. "Useless things." The brocade-robed man was furious and said to the middle-aged man beside him, "Take her down." "Yes." The middle-aged man responded and instantly attacked the girl in green. Fengjiu looked at the girl in green. Her skills were not bad. Although her style was strange, it was undeniable that her unique attack method was very lethal. However, the middle-aged man's cultivation was above hers, and he could probably handle a few moves. After a long battle, the winner would be decided. Therefore, she stood to the side and watched. When she saw that the girl in green was unable to dodge the middle-aged man's attack, she attacked with a silver needle and instantly pierced the middle-aged man's acupuncture point. At that moment, his movements slowed down, and he let out a muffled groan. He instinctively wanted to retreat, but the girl in green had already reacted and slammed the frying pan with all her might. Bang! Pooh! The bottom of the frying pan directly hit the middle-aged man's face, and the force was so great that he was sent flying. Blood spurted out of his mouth, and the middle-aged man fell to the ground. In an instant, shock and fear flashed across his eyes, and he couldn't help but look at Fengjiu. "Damn it! You just wait." The brocade-robed man shouted angrily. Seeing that the girl in green was so fierce, he didn't dare to fight, and instead prepared to escape. However, at this moment, Fengjiu reached out and flicked a silver needle, which pierced one of the man's acupuncture points. The man's legs went soft, and he fell forward, rolling and crawling out of the shop. "You dare to have ideas about this great aunt, and you didn't even ask if my frying pan agreed." The girl in green snorted and hurriedly checked the bottom of her frying pan. Seeing that it was still fine, she couldn't help but grin. "The quality of my brother's frying pan is good." Fengjiu couldn't help but chuckle when he heard this. He walked over and looked at her. "I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Of course, people in my family not only know how to cook, but we're also very good at fighting." She raised her chin and said to Fengjiu, "Elder sister, why didn't you bring someone to protect you? You have such an unsafe face, and you'll attract a lot of trouble outside. You're lucky you met me today, or you would have been caught by them. Let me tell you, there aren't many good young masters from aristocratic families. They all use their family's power and do evil, especially when they see a beautiful woman." Feng Jiu chuckled and said, "Isn't the Song family a noble family as well? Of your brother of the family of the aristocratic families of aristocratic families. How is it different?" Feng Jiu asked, amused. "Anyway, it's different. They wouldn't do such a wicked thing," the girl in green said, and then said, "Elder sister, I said I would treat you to a meal. Come, let's go to a restaurant. I'll personally cook and treat you to a good meal." Feng Jiu smiled and said, "Why don't you treat me tonight? I was just treated to a full meal, and if I eat now, I won't be able to eat anymore." Chapter 48:32. Hearing her say this, Feng Jiu nodded and accompanied her to buy a knife. Along the way, she listened to her talk about her family. She roughly understood that there was such a family. However, after Feng Jiu accompanied her around, she still couldn't find a suitable kitchen knife. In the evening, the two of them walked into a restaurant. Songmi borrowed the restaurant's kitchen and personally cooked a table of dishes for her. Looking at the table full of delicious dishes, Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows and said, "They all look delicious. Big sister Feng, try it. I know how to make many other dishes, but I don't have the ingredients here, so I can only make do," Song Mi said as she picked up some food for Feng Jiu. She looked at her and waited for her evaluation. Seeing this, Feng Jiu picked up her chopsticks and took a bite of the golden fried thing in the bowl. It was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. The meat was fresh and juicy, and the aftertaste was endless. Moreover, there was a wave of spiritual energy that flowed through her body as she swallowed the meat. She couldn't help but nod and say, "It's very fragrant. What meat is this? How can it be so delicious?" Hee hee, there just happened to be a freshly killed black spirit pig in the kitchen. I took the most tender and delicious piece of its meat to make this dish for Big Sister Feng. This piece of meat is also very good for stir-frying. It's a pity that there's only one piece in a spirit pig, so it's only enough to make one dish. Hearing this, Feng Jiu gave her a thumbs up and said, "Your cooking skills are really good. I used to have a cook who was also very good at cooking, but compared to her, you're better by 3 points. You're really not simple." Being praised by Feng Jiu, she smiled happily and picked up some food for her. "Big sister Feng, try this. This is..." Next, she picked up some food for Feng Jiu while explaining how the dish was made. Feng Jiu just nodded and didn't say a word. She only focused on eating the food in her bowl. It wasn't until more than half of the dishes on the table were in her stomach that she put down her chopsticks. She exhaled lightly and said with a satisfied expression, "I'm so full. I haven't eaten so full in a long time. Every dish is delicious. It's so delicious that I don't want to stop. My family's cooking is very good. My cooking skills are not even on the list in my family," she said with a smile. Seeing her eat with satisfaction, she was also happy to see her cook. "You were so busy picking up food for me that you didn't eat much," Feng Jiu said. She stood up and walked for a while to help with digestion. "Big sister Feng, haven't you heard of the saying, 'Even 3 years of famine won't starve the stove to death'?" She winked at her and said with a charming face, "People who cook are usually full before the dishes are served. Think about it. Try this dish, try that dish. After cooking this table of dishes, how can you still be hungry?" Hearing this, Feng Jiu couldn't help but chuckle. Her eyes were full of smiles as she looked at her and said, "Mir, you said you came out to experience the world alone? Why don't you follow me?" "Follow you?" Chapter 48:33. Feng Jiu smiled. "I know. I won't be going home either. I still have other matters to attend to. Also, if you follow me while I'm away and cook for me, I can ask Master Tai to refine a kitchen knife for you, a big knife for cutting beast bones. What do you think?" Master Tai?" She opened her eyes wide and asked in astonishment, "Is Sister Feng talking about the top refining master, Master Ironbone?" "Yes, that's him." Feng Jiu nodded with a smile. She knew that in one of the territories of the 4 great emperors, there was such an expert in refining weapons. Because this person was tough and had a bad temper, very few people could ask for a weapon made by him. But it's not easy to get his weapon. Also, My father couldn't get a knife when he went to ask for one. How could he? It wasn't that she didn't want to believe it, but it was simply impossible. You only need to say if you're interested or not. Feng Jiu asked. Songmi looked at her and thought for a moment before nodding. All right, I'll go with you. Feng Jiu smiled. Then let's go. It's time to get down to business. If they cut off the resources in her territory, she would go to the 4 great emperors' territories and stir up trouble. If they wanted to poach her territory, she would find a chance to destroy one of them. She would take over his territory. Currently, the clans and powerhouses in her territory were afraid of the 4 great emperors' prestige and didn't dare to submit to her. They felt that, as a woman, even if she ascended to the position of Phoenix Lord, she was still just a woman. For experts, it was as difficult to make them submit to a woman as it was for them to ascend to the martial emperor realm. After all, women had always been at a disadvantage since ancient times. Unless she did something to make them submit to her from the bottom of their hearts, it was very difficult to make them submit to her. To her, things that could be resolved with force were much easier. She was more than willing to prove everything with her strength. Songmi didn't know Feng Jiu's background, only that she was called Feng Jiu. She didn't think that she was related to the Phoenix Lord who ascended not long ago. After all, such a supreme figure was an existence she didn't even dare to think about. In her heart, such a powerhouse would appear and disappear mysteriously. Naturally, she wouldn't run into one so easily. The two paid the bill and headed out. Songmi followed beside her. Seeing her walking towards the city gates, she couldn't help but ask, "Big sister, are we leaving the city?" Let's go somewhere else." Feng Jiu replied and led her towards the city gates. However, as soon as they left the gates, a shout came from behind. "It's them! Catch them! Don't let them escape!" Feng Jiu and Songmi turned around and saw that it was the subordinates of the embroidered robe man they'd dealt with in the shop. However, the leader this time was replaced by 2 middle-aged men. Behind them was the middle-aged man who'd been hit by Songmi's frying pan. "They're here for revenge. Let's go," Songmi said and hurriedly pulled Feng Jiu away. Chapter 48:34. If Du Fan and the others were here, they would have people they could use. Then, she wouldn't have to wait for them to come back and deal with this clan. The pursuers watched as the two left on their swords. They only gave him a hateful glare before leading their men back. The 2 of them fled very quickly. They couldn't catch up to them even if they wanted to. It was best to return and report to the clan head first. They might have let them escape this time, but the next time they come to this city, they won't let them escape. Half a month later, in a bustling city, Songmi glanced at Feng Jiu from time to time. Her eyes were filled with confusion. "What's wrong?" Feng Jiu asked. She continued to walk forward slowly, her gaze fixed in front of her. Songmi paused and said, "Elder sister, just who are you?" "The people we met yesterday were so powerful, but they left with their tails between their legs. I know that big sister must have done something to make them so frightened." Feng Jiu chuckled. "I didn't do anything. I just used my aura to suppress them. They knew that they were no match for me. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of us." As she spoke, she turned her head slightly and looked at her. "Don't worry, I won't take you to Cell." Songmi smiled in embarrassment. "I know, I was just curious." Her clan was a very large one. She had seen all kinds of people, but the more she interacted with her, the more she felt that she wasn't a simple person. However, she had never heard of the Feng clan. Feng Jiu smiled and didn't say much. She entered an inn with her. In the room, she said, "Rest here today. I need to go out and do something. If I'm quick, I'll be back in a day. If I'm slow, I'll be back in 2 or 3 days." With that, she waved her sleeve, and Tunyun appeared from a space. However, it wasn't its original body. It was small and looked tame and harmless. "It's my contracted beast. When I'm not around, let it follow you. If you meet with danger that you can't deal with, it can at least protect you." Feng Jiu glanced at Tunyun on the ground and instructed her with her consciousness. Wow, what a cute little beast. After all, she was a young girl. Seeing such a cute little pet, her eyes couldn't help but light up. However, when she touched the little beast's round and meaty body, she couldn't help but smile. So much meat. The meat of this little beast should be very fresh and delicious. In an instant, several dishes flashed through her mind. She thought about how to make them taste better if they were made into dishes. Hearing her words, Tunyon let out 2 puffs of air from its nose. It shook its head and shook off the hand that was touching it. Poochie. Fengjiu could not help but chuckle. She shook her head helplessly and said, Mir, don't try to make a dish out of little beasts whenever you see them. She glanced at Tunyon and said, It's called Tunyon. It's no ordinary little beast. Cloud devouring? Mir's eyes lit up as she looked at the white ball that had walked to the side and jumped onto a chair. She smiled and said, It's been a long time since I made Yuntuan. Big sister, I'll go make some for you later. Eat it before you leave. Chapter 48:35. Knowing that Fengjiu had something to do, Songmi, it didn't waste any time. She let Fengjiu rest in a room while she went downstairs to borrow the kitchen. She made 2 bowls of wontons and brought them up. After eating the wontons, Fengjiu said a few words and left alone, leaving Tunyon to protect Songmi. After all, along the way, she found that as long as people knew that Songmi was from the Song clan, they would always have designs on her. Although Songmi wasn't completely defenseless, she was still her kitchen maid. She naturally couldn't let anything happen to her when she wasn't around. This place was the territory of one of the 4 great emperors who had attacked her, and it was close to her territory. That was why she had chosen this place to annex it. She had been here for a few days. Sometimes, she would go out to inquire about some information. Therefore, she had a rough idea of the situation here. Today, she was going to go to the floating island in this world to see if the great emperor was on that island. She soared into the sky towards the clouds. As she was not sure which corner of this territory the floating island was in, she released her divine sense to search for the location of the floating island after ascending into the clouds. After about the time it took for an incense stick to burn, she opened her eyes. Light flashed through her eyes, and the corner of her lips curled into a half-smile. The floating island was hidden in the clouds with a boundary and a concealment formation. If it wasn't for her mental strength, she wouldn't have been able to sense the location of the floating island. But now, with a flick of her sleeve, her red sleeves fluttered in the wind. In the next moment, the dazzling red figure turned into a ray of light and shot towards the clouds. At this moment, the great emperor, cultivating in seclusion on the floating island, was still unaware that a great disaster was about to befall him. Due to the severity of his injuries, he took a pill to regulate his breathing and cultivate, hoping to recover as soon as possible. However, they knew very well how much of their strength they had used up in the attack. It was no doubt wishful thinking to recover in such a short time. But apart from that, they had no other choice. On one hand, they had to be wary of Fengjiu. They were afraid that she would come looking for them. In the cave residence at the back mountain of the Immortal Mansion, the great emperor exhaled softly, frowned, and opened his eyes. He felt a little uneasy today, as if something unsettling was about to happen. He couldn't even calm down to cultivate and adjust his breath. What's going on? Could it be that something is going to happen? After all, he was an existence of this level. He would always have a sense of danger. It was this perception that allowed him to avoid danger most of the time. Regarding this, he had always firmly believed in this premonition of his. Just like now, when an inexplicable sense of panic appeared in his heart, he stopped cultivating and regulated his breathing. He opened his eyes and got off the ice bed. With his hands behind his back, he paced back and forth in the cave with a thoughtful and worried expression. Chapter 48:36. In the end, he walked out of the cave and headed towards the Immortal Palace. Master, seeing him come out, a middle-aged man came forward in surprise and hurriedly asked, Master, did something happen? The Northern Flame Martial Emperor looked at him with a sullen expression and asked, This emperor wanted to ask you, is everything as per normal? Has the order to cut off Fengjiu's resources been completed? Rest assured, Master. Everything has been arranged according to Master's orders, the middle-aged man respectfully said. Hearing this, his tightly knitted brows didn't loosen. Instead, He said, "Take some people to patrol around. I feel a bit uneasy today, so it's better to be careful." "Yes," the middle-aged man replied. The middle-aged man responded. However, just as his voice fell, there was a loud bang in the air. It was as if the barrier had been broken. As the loud sound spread, the air also fluctuated along with the airflow. Almost at the same time, the Northern Flame Martial Emperor's expression changed and became gloomy. "Damn it!" He cursed in a low voice and instinctively took a step back. His body was in a defensive posture as he vigilantly looked at the red figure that appeared in the sky after the barrier was broken. Feng Jiao. He gritted his teeth as he called out that name. His eyes were filled with hatred. Even though he wanted to kill her 1,000 times, he knew that his injuries hadn't healed, and he wasn't a match for Feng Jiao. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's heart trembled, and he looked at the red figure. He saw the red figure fly over with her hands behind her back. Her red clothes fluttered in the wind, and her ink-black hair danced in the wind. Her peerless face was filled with coldness. He didn't have time to be shocked, and he instinctively shouted, "Come, face the enemy, face the enemy." His voice contained spirit force and a trace of panic as it echoed in the air. As soon as his voice rang out, dozens of cultivators dressed in tight robes quickly appeared, brandishing their long swords as they attacked the red figure. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between them and Feng Jiao wasn't just a little bit. With Feng Jiao's current strength, only the Northern Flame Grand Emperor, who was similarly at the Emperor realm, could fight her. The others couldn't even withstand a single blow from her. Feng Jiao glanced at those people and waved her hand. At the same time, she shouted scram. A powerful and terrifying pressure that was visible to the naked eye came out of her sleeve and hit the dozens of cultivators like a wave. The powerful pressure was accompanied by the pressure of an ancient divine beast and her own strength. As soon as it came out, the dozens of cultivators screamed and were sent flying. They fell to the ground messily and spat out blood. They couldn't stand up for a long time. Seeing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed, and he couldn't help but look at the Northern Flame Martial Emperor. He immediately said, "Master, you haven't recovered from your injuries yet. If you fight her, you will definitely be at a disadvantage. Why don't we avoid this crisis for now and wait until Master recovers? It won't be too late to deal with her then." The Northern Flame Martial Emperor knew that with only 30% of his strength left, he wasn't a match for Feng Jiao. Seeing her powerful aura, he clenched his teeth and hatefully said, "Let's go." He turned and wanted to escape. Chapter 48:37. Do you think you can still run away? Feng Jiao snorted coldly. Her red figure stood in the air as she formed an ancient seal with her hands. As her hands moved, visible streams of spiritual energy rapidly interweaved into a net. Inescapable net set. With a clear shout, she pushed her hand forward, and a ray of light flew out. In an instant, the net on the ground and the net in the sky quickly connected, blocking the Northern Flame Emperor's escape route. Powerful streams of air interweaved into a net, and it quickly formed a huge net that blocked the way forward, trapping the Northern Flame Emperor. Seeing this scene, the Northern Flame Emperor turned around and stared at the red figure with a cold and sharp gaze. Feng Jiao, you better think carefully. If you really become enemies with this emperor today, it's not certain who will live and who will die. A cold and threatening voice sounded, and the aura of an expert burst forth at this moment. Even if he only had 30% of his strength left, he was unwilling to show any weakness. "What a joke!" Feng Jiao sneered, and her cold eyes fell on the Northern Flame Emperor. She said, "From the moment you became enemies with me and tried to kill me, you and I have been on opposing sides. Do you think it's possible to stop now?" She stretched out her hand, and the Qing Feng sword, which glowed with a cold green light, appeared in her hand. She pointed the long sword downwards, and sword force shot out. She also released a powerful pressure from her body. "You're a great emperor, after all. How are you different from a mouse if you run away with your tail between your legs?" Her eyes were filled with contempt and disdain, and the contempt in her eyes completely infuriated the Northern Flame Emperor. Impudent! A furious roar rang out. When the great emperor was enraged, the aura in the air seemed to tremble. The middle-aged man beside him could not withstand the powerful pressure. He only felt the blood and chi in his body churning. In the next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was on the verge of collapse as he knelt down. What an arrogant Fengjiu! Today, this emperor wants to see what you're capable of. The Northern Flame Emperor roared angrily. He couldn't calm the anger in his heart, and his breathing became rapid. Even if he only had 30% of his strength left, he was still a great emperor and had always been a lofty existence. Since when did anyone dare to compare him with a lowly mouse that everyone despised? Fengjiu, a mere woman, dared to be so arrogant. Today, even if he had to use up all his cultivation, he had to teach her a lesson. He had to let her know how powerful he was. Then open your dog eyes wide and take a good look. Fengjiu snorted coldly. The next moment, the red figure turned into a flash of light and attacked him at the speed of light. The Qingfeng sword in his hand surged with a biting cold sword chi, revealing a terrifying murderous aura. You're courting death. Hearing her words, the Northern Flame Emperor felt a mouthful of blood rush up to his throat. He tasted blood in his mouth, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Seeing Fengjiu's murderous aura rush over, he moved his hand, and a double-edged halberd appeared in his hand. As he swung it, there was a sharp whoosh. Clang! Chapter 48:38. Both of them released their powerful auras and auras, forming a protective shield to protect their bodies from the other's sword aura and saber aura. The two of them were only about 3 steps away from each other due to the clash of sword and halberd. Because of this, he could clearly feel the powerful aura released by Fengjiu. If he wasn't injured, he might have been able to put up a fight. But now, after a long battle, he would definitely lose. Thinking of this, he didn't show it on his face, but he was secretly anxious. He quickly thought of a way to deal with this. Fengjiu wouldn't give him the chance in time. Her sword was blocked by his halberd and couldn't pierce through. Both weapons were extraordinary, and the aura emitted from them was extremely sharp. Looking at the sweat on the Northern Flame Emperor's forehead, her eyes flashed and her lips curled into a faint smile. I didn't expect the great Northern Flame Emperor to be so weak. As soon as her mocking voice fell, the hand holding the green edge sword instantly turned, and the long sword slid past the opponent's halberd. Then, with a sudden turn, the tip of the sword avoided the opponent's halberd, and with a speed that was too fast for the ears to cover, it pierced towards his throat. The Northern Flame Emperor was startled by the cold, killing intent, and he quickly raised his halberd to block it. However, in the next instant, the sword that had been aimed at his throat, which he had blocked, suddenly changed direction and pierced into his shoulder. The sharp blade pierced his shoulder, but it brought with it a searing pain that was as hot as a flame. The pain penetrated his mouth and seeped into his bones and blood. His hand that was holding the halberd couldn't help but tremble for a moment. When he couldn't react in time, he gave Feng Nine a chance to strike again. Whoosh! She pulled out her sword from her shoulder and slashed at his arm. Her speed was so fast that it was hard for anyone to react to it. When she pulled out her sword, a column of blood gushed out from the Northern Flame Emperor's shoulder. When the sword slashed down, a piece of flesh flew out along with it. In an instant, a scream of agony rang out. That scream echoed in the air. What came into view was the Northern Flame Great Emperor's pale and panicked face, his body covered in blood, and his trembling arm hanging by his side. At that moment, he only felt darkness in front of his eyes, and his mind went blank for a moment. The fierce, murderous aura that hit him in the face made him quickly retreat without thinking. His figure jumped out of the sky more than 10 meters away, and only then did he gasp for breath. Large beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. He was like a fish that had been washed ashore by the waves and was on the verge of death. His mouth was wide open as he gasped for air. His heart was beating fast. Fear, terror, and shock occupied his entire heart. Fengjiu looked at him and curled her lips. She spoke in a clear voice that was neither fast nor slow. If it was an ordinary person, that move just now would have killed them on the spot. However, just as you said, you are a great emperor. If you can't even dodge that move, then wouldn't you be living up to your reputation? It's just that you won't be so lucky next time. At this moment, her voice sounded like the voice of the king of hell in his ears. He hadn't recovered from his injuries yet. Even 30% of his strength couldn't support him in a long battle. Perhaps it was because he had fought with her before, but at this moment, the only thought in his mind was to run for his life. Chapter 48:39. Trying to escape? Fengjiu sneered. Looking at his expression, she knew that he was looking for a chance to escape. She sneered and glanced at the inescapable net that she had set up. I have modified this inescapable net. Even if there is a treasure that can escape, it will not be able to escape from this inescapable net. Today, you will not be able to escape from me. Hearing her words, the Northern Flame Emperor's heart sank. He had wanted to find a way to escape from this inescapable net. He did not expect her to discover his intentions. However, he did not believe that he would not be able to escape from this place. Red Tiger, come out, he shouted. As soon as his voice fell, a flame flashed, and a majestic flying tiger with a pair of wings soared into the sky. The tiger roared, and the aura in the air shook for a moment. Roar! As the tiger roared, a strong air current spread. It flashed its claws and glared at Fengjiu. It flapped its wings and stared warily at Fengjiu. There was no other reason than the fact that it could feel the powerful aura of an ancient divine beast from this human woman's body. Even though it was a sacred beast, it was still no match for the might of an ancient sacred beast. Now that it had come out from the space, it did not dare to go forward. On the contrary, it took a step back in fear and let out a low howl. This human, it was afraid of her. Seeing his contracted beast take a step back after coming out, the Northern Flame Emperor felt very aggrieved. But he also knew that Fengjiu's contracted beast was the ancient mythical beast Fire Phoenix. His mythical beast was no match for it. Therefore, he didn't plan to let his contract beast come out to deal with Feng Nine. Instead, he wanted it to find the weakest point of this inescapable net and break through it while he was barely holding on. That way, it would have a chance to escape. Go! Find the weakest point of the Heavenly Network's escape route. He roared and ordered his contracted beast to find a way to break the inescapable net. Even if it did not work, it should be able to weaken Fengjiu's inescapable net. At that time, even if he had to use up all his strength, he would definitely break through this damned, inescapable net. Fengjiu glanced at the sacred beast, then looked at the Northern Flame Emperor. She didn't give him a chance to catch his breath, and attacked with her Qing Feng sword again. This time, a flame appeared on the blade of her Qing Feng sword. It was like a fire dragon was coiling around the Qing Feng sword. The two figures fought back and forth. Most of the time, it was Fengjiu who attacked while the other party dodged. Because the Northern Flame Great Emperor couldn't keep up with Fengjiu's speed, more and more wounds appeared on his body. His robe had long been dyed red with blood. Fengjiu didn't kill him directly with her sword either. Instead, she cut open his body with every strike, as if she wanted him to experience pain and die. Ah! He screamed as Fengjiu stabbed his thigh. He fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fengjiu, if you want to kill me, just do it. Why do you have to cut me up? The Northern Flame Emperor stared at her furiously. There were countless wounds on his body. Every wound was pierced by the cold sword aura and burned by the fire. It was as if the fire was burning his bones and blood. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Fengjiu slowly descended from the sky. She pointed her sword to the ground and looked at the Northern Flame Emperor. Her beautiful face revealed a cold and bloodthirsty smile. Chapter 48:40. The Northern Flame Emperor opened his mouth, but he could not say a word. When he had decided to take action against them, he had already expected this day to come. However, he did not expect this day to come so quickly. Furthermore, under such circumstances, he, a great emperor, had to suffer so much pain and torment. Regret? No. He only hated that he did not kill her when she was ascending. Instead, he gave her the chance to become an immortal and become his enemy. The winner takes all. There's no point in talking anymore. If you want to kill me, you can do whatever you want. I will not beg for mercy," he said hatefully as he stared at her. Even though he was covered in wounds, he still straightened his back. As a great emperor, his dignity did not allow him to admit defeat in front of her. "Is that so? Then let's try." She turned the sword in her hand, and a sharp sword aura shot out, chopping off his forelimbs. "Hiss!" A shrill scream rang out, reaching the clouds and echoing in the sky. That sound caused the sacred beast to roar at Fengjiu and pounce towards Fengjiu. "Oomph!" Fengjiu snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, a force shot out and sent the sacred beast flying. Bang! The sacred beast was sent flying dozens of meters away before landing heavily on the ground. Blood flowed out his mouth. He wanted to stand up, but his forelimbs were too weak to stand up. He lay down again, panting heavily. "Ah, Fengjiu, Fengjiu, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." His voice was filled with hatred. Intense pain and hatred filled the Northern Flame Emperor's chest. His forelimbs were sent flying, and blood flowed out like a fountain. The spiritual energy in his body rose rapidly, and his hair flew in a mess. He looked like a crazy demon, and his eyes were filled with blood as he cursed angrily. In the next moment, his body swelled up like a balloon. Even his face was swollen. A strong air current accompanied by an aura of death exploded at that moment. The air current was so strong that it rushed towards Fengjiu. Fengjiu was standing a few meters in front of him. He wanted to use his own strength to take her down with him. His speed was so fast that no one could avoid it. When the powerful aura exploded, Fengjiu immediately turned around and entered the space in an instant, avoiding the deathly aura that covered the sky. Faintly, she only heard a loud bang, followed by a rumbling sound. She couldn't hear anything else because she hid in the space. Almost at the same time that the Northern Flame Emperor self-detonated, the spiritual pressure in the air disappeared with his death. At that moment, the ground where his territory was located shook violently. Rocks rolled down, the river surged, and the waves rolled up. At that moment, almost all the sovereigns and immortals in this territory felt that something had happened. Fengjiu came out of the space after a while. When she saw that the entire island was destroyed by the Northern Flame Emperor's self-detonation, she could not help but raise her eyebrows. A trace of surprise flashed through her eyes. "I didn't expect the power to be so strong. Fortunately, I hid in the space. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I wouldn't have been able to avoid this attack."